So when I speak here, turn the main down, you have in the back. And you will hear this on the 1, 2, 3 test, proba test.
Testing, testing, testing, testing.
Avaz, snak, avaz.
Just a tiny bit great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dean Baxendale. I'm president and publisher of Optimum Publishing and also the CEO.
Tushdan yanılgan hayırlı olsun aziz qatnaşqıçılar. Ben Din Neşriyatınınki yazğıcısı Dolqun İsa Efendimninki kitabını neşr qilgan kishi bo'lib hisoblayman. Bugun tushdan keyin bo'ldigan bu muhokama yig'inimizda
The con of everybody in this room, but an acute and very deep awareness of the misuse of information to elevate talking points by our adversaries and those who wish to crush Uyghurs, Tibetans, and all ethnic minorities that do not succeed to the Chinese Communist Party's domination and their end goal for their end state. So today we have a great panel. Oh, you want to use this? Okay. And let me introduce the panel quickly, and I'm not going to go into bios. You can look that up on the internet. Directly to my left is Mia Hansenson from England, who is the executive director of René, Cassin, correct? We have my friend from the Romanian Parliament, Catalin, Tenita, member of the Romanian Parliament. Okay, don't want to have any feedback. And then we have Zubayra, Shamseden, who is the WC Vice President and Chinese Outreach Coordinator of the Uyghur Human Rights Project. And then to her left, we have Denis Dzidic, Director of the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. And then on the far left, and the last spy on the panel, my good friend Marco Respinti, and Director in charge of Bitter Winter. So we want to make this panel somewhat interactive. We will have a robust Q&A, but let's set up the panel and what we're looking at. First of all, everyone in this room has been subject to a disinformation campaign that has targeted the Uyghur World Congress. We know the email that went out. This is part of an ongoing program by our adversaries. We'll just make it clear, the Chinese Communist Party, who ultimately will use whatever kind of information they have to disarm and disable and to disrupt. But everybody here is now very aware, who many in this room have been targeted by the Chinese Communist Party in different ways. We're all very aware of their tactics, but it's very important that the outside world get a better understanding of what's going on, and that's what this panel is going to cover off today. So the themes that we want to talk about very specifically today is three key elements that speak into the misinformation space, and how the Chinese Communist Party has weaponized information to create in many parliaments around the world and in mainstream media and in academia the ability to take information narratives and twist them in a way that creates the narrative that what you've been talking about with respect to re-education camps as vocational training centers is a lie. So the big thing you should remember today is we're going to talk about the truth versus the CCP's lies. So the Chinese government has consistently claimed that the mass detention centers in Xinjiang are vocational training centers designed to provide Uyghurs with the job skills and combat extremism. In reality, as we know now, multiple reports from human rights organizations, leaked government documents, and finally, what the UN the rapporteur came through with is to say crimes against humanity. So this is one of the narratives we want to talk about. Denying forced sterilization and birth control is another key element. And then discrediting the survivors and witnesses to the atrocities taking place in Xinjiang, and also individuals who've been targeted for transnational oppression in their own countries by the CCP, as well as other malign state governments. So the claims of terrorism against, for instance, let's talk about Dolqun İsa for a moment, who had a red notice stay on his record for 21 years. Imagine it took 21 years for governments to finally back and get that removed. But that's the power of a malign state like the Chinese Communist Party. And always remember, follow the money. So as we go here, I'm going to allow 2 or 3 minutes for each one of our panelists to kind of talk about their own experiences, what's been going on in their own countries, and to give you some perspective on misinformation and how it's been weaponized by the Chinese Communist Party all over the world. And we'll start with Mia.
Thank you, Dean. Like Tim Lawton, I often feel like a fraud in these sessions because I'm not an expert, I'm not an Uyghur. But what I hope I do provide is proof of when it's better. And I think that's how I'll contextualize what I'm going to say. So you read the 3 myths, and I was like, oh, but that's not new. That's from the Nazi textbook, line by line. Nothing new with what the CCP is doing. Denying forced sterilization. In 1933, the Nazis introduced the Forced Sterilization Act. It was intended to purify the population in Germany from the unpure, the disabled, the gypsies, the Jews, the black, the gay. Initially, they still tried to hide behind these are voluntary procedures, but very quickly it became forced sterilization of all of these minority groups, Jews and others. Discrediting witnesses during the Holocaust. You had witnesses that fled concentration camps and came to the West or to Allied forces. But the Nazi propaganda was so powerful that it did a brilliant job discrediting those witnesses. These are hungry people. They don't know what they're saying. These are people that have a venge against Germany because we threw them out of their homes, line by line. But actually, the third case of propaganda is, I'm going to share a personal story. So my father-in-law was born in Hungary. In 1944, it was invaded by Nazi Germany. 90% of the Jewish population in Germany, in Hungary, was destined to Auschwitz, as was my father-in-law Moshe, his siblings, and his pregnant mother. They were put on a cattle train on the way to Auschwitz for murder. But luckily, as they were driving via Poland, the German government put a request. They needed forced labor. Again, sounds very familiar. So the train was redirected to Austria and eventually arrived at Czechoslovakia, to a concentration camp called Theresienstadt. Theresienstadt was the model camp used by the Nazis for international delegations. The League of Nations or the Red Cross used to visit once a month. So in Theresienstadt camp, inmates got not more food. Moshe told us once a month, a day before the visits were due to come, we got some more food. Once a month before the delegations came to visit, they planted flowers around. Once a month, there was a program of cultural events in the camp. There was movie night, there was the shop, the canteen that detainees were allowed to go do shopping, and it was all used, and there was a film, quite a few films done by the Nazis. That was their main propaganda tool. But look how well we're treating the Jews. All the rumors about genocide, atrocities, torture, all gas chambers. But you yourself see, they live in nice painted barracks. They're healthy. What they didn't say in those propaganda films was that in between visits, many of the inmates were sent to Auschwitz, and then they just brought new Jews in. So there were about 140,000 Jews in Theresienstadt, but it was like a revolving train. Inmates came in, they were proof of propaganda that Nazi regime was treating the Jews fairly, and everything that's said about attempts to destroy, destruction aren't true. So I wanted to share all that with you because that was powerful propaganda. I mean, we know the Nazi propaganda, lasted for many years, but it didn't work. My father-in-law survived. I married son number 3 because he was able to start a family. And I think we are proof propaganda comes, but more importantly, it goes. And the role we have in combating propaganda and disinformation and all of the narratives, you know, perseverance is an easy word to say and a difficult word to practice, because you are literally paying with your lives and the lives of your family. But perseverance and the work that some of my esteemed colleagues here do through media and other work works. So thank you, that's all I wanted to say. And I think, Dean, you're gonna ask a question later and I'll talk about UK specific.
Yes, thank you for that very pressing it.
Nəhayət təsirlik sözünüzə rəhmət. Sizinki özünüzdənki şəxsi hekayəniz və Çexoslovakiyadakı bu işlərni dəpəginizə. Mən Romaniyadan kelgan IT şirket sahibi. Mən özümdəki demokrat bir dövlət yaşamından nəhayət xoşal. Yani tarixdeki sebeplerden tüpəyle hazırki Romaniya dövləti bilen Xitayning dövləti komünist vaxtdaki münasibətləri hazırgıca davam qıldı bir şekilde. Davam qılıb atıdı. Romaniya Xitayni resmi itiraf qilgan ikinci dövlət. Ama Avrupa devletlerindeki
A lot of proclamations and declarations that, let's say, describe what happens to the Uyghurs as a genocide. While in Romanian, in the level of, let's say, the internal politics, you don't say that. And till last year, and I promised myself I changed that, on the website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, in each country you have travel advisories, things where you can read if you should visit a country or not. And if you read the travel advisory for PRC, you would have learned that there is a region where there are a lot of terrorists and you shouldn't visit it. It's Xinjiang. So I had a very, let's say, long discussion with our colleague from the Foreign Affairs Minister, as a member of the Romanian Parliament, and in the end, they are convinced to remove that. So at this moment, we don't have, let's say, this kind of, let's say, denigratory remarks that the people from the Xinjiang region are more prone to terrorists than the others. So it was complicated to change that, but I proud myself to do that. So it's important from my point of view to understand if each of us is doing his or her job in his or her country, we should change the perception. That's my opinion. So it's important to understand all the levels of the propaganda, communist propaganda, CCP propaganda happening in all the countries. For example, in Romania, they are using this kind of traditional good diplomatic affairs, because probably you know that Romania and Pakistan were the going between US and China in the 70s. So they are still using this kind of arguments. We should have a good relation with PRC in order to have some kind of diplomatic clout, with global diplomatic clout. It's important to understand this kind of particularities. And starting with that, for example, in Romania, you still have a lot of, let's say, propaganda related from with the Xinhua, the new China agency. So basically they have an outlet, and also they employed some Romanians that are writing very, let's say, laudatory books about China. They are living in Beijing, but they are writing about the miracles, economical miracles happening in Xinjiang and in southern Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, and the good things happening in Hong Kong in the last. So basically, we have this kind of, how can I say, conscious traitors from my point of view, people that are basically selling their soul in order to provide propaganda services for CCP. And we also, for example, at this moment, we have another channel being Confucius Institutes. And I'm trying to convince my friends from Taiwan to have some kind of similar initiatives in order to, let's say, counteract what happened with the minds of the young people interested in learning Chinese culture. So basically, if Taiwan and some other entities don't have this kind of similar approach on, let's say, presenting the Chinese culture, the monopoly will be in CCP hands. So because of that, it will be very complicated to let's say, have a neutral stance on China in the next generation. So the other issue is related to Confucius Institutes, and also from my point of view, and that's let's say concerns me even a bit more personally. They are trying to let's say to deny freedom of expression to members of Romanian parliament. For example, last year when I decided to go to your Congress in Tokyo, I wrote something on Facebook or Twitter, I don't know exactly. I'll attend a forum on human rights on Uyghur cause. And of course, I received a message from the Chinese embassy, you should come to our embassy to discuss. And I said, no, guys, you should come to the parliament. Of course, you can discuss because it's important to discuss. So I explained to them, the human rights issues are not issues, let's say, related to sovereignty. It's issues related to the entire setup of United Nations. So it's important for us to understand and support the human rights of each people, each person in other countries, in order to make them as strong as possible. So it was a very interesting discussion because the lady in charge was the second in charge in the embassy. She was a career diplomat and basically had a, let's say, not very conflictual discussion. I'm sure that in some other countries or some other situations, discussion would have been more conflictual. But and now I tell you what happened this year. After I attended the IPEC summit in Taipei, where we were something like MPs from 30 countries or so, I received to my party headquarters no, it's a very official letter with stamps and everything from the Chinese embassy, sent to my party leadership, saying you should control this guy because this guy is affecting the relations between Romania and China, and for sure he should be punished for what he's doing. So I'm sure they'll do the same. But of course, my party is a very liberal and very, let's say, interested in human rights issues. So nothing happened. But I'm sure that will do the same this time after this conference, because this is how they are playing in Romania, at least. So what I'm saying, it's important to understand the CCP is doing a lot of, let's say, tactics to control the freedom of expression of members of some parliaments, and but that shouldn't, let's say, be a reason not to continue.
Thank you for that, and it should remind all of us here that really what drives a lot of the motivations is always follow the money. And so the money is driving decision making, it's influencing parliamentarians and people when they deal with China and try to combat it. So on to our next speaker, and Zubayra, thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, World Uyghur Congress, for inviting me, and I'm honored to be on this very important panel. Talking about disinformation, misinformation, I can say that I'm not only just the expert, I'm an eyewitness to atrocities and the disinformation, misinformation, propaganda that Chinese government is very skillful and expert of for many decades. As I was born and grown up in East Turkestan, we have witnessed to all this. And I have been loudly speaking out about how China does deny, does misguide and lie to the world it's been over 3 decades, but the world didn't really pay attention to us, which my previous panels also mentioned about this, and also there are still not enough attention and not enough action to combat China's this kind of disinformation. Let me just come back to Dane's question of these 3 areas. The number 1 is concentration camp versus re-education center. But for that, I can give you one example. That is a report, actually one of our biggest contributor sitting in the audience, Abdul Uyghur scholar. And Uyghur Human Rights Project's latest report about Uyghur intellectuals. In that report, it's been clearly documented at the late 2021, Chinese government at least arrested, detained, imprisoned 321 intellectuals, Uyghur intellectuals, and some other Turkic intellectuals into so-called re-education camps or prisons. In reality, those intellectuals, they don't need education. They were already educated. Actually, they have enough ability and qualification to educate Chinese society. One of them in it is professor and the president, the former president of so-called Xinjiang University, Dr. Tashpolat Tayyip. He is a well-known scholar. He was in overseas and he does enough qualification to be educated whole humanity, but he was detained. Halmurat Gopur, Xinjiang Medical Institute's president, the former president, he was also arrested. And Dr. Rahila Dawood, folklore, she's an expert as well. She's later sentenced 15 years imprisonment. They were all arrested and detained. And this is not just happened lately. That genocide, all the target, the pressure, disinformation, propaganda exist. And China was just denying and lying to the world, and which is very powerfully. And the second point about sterilization, denying about sterilizing Uyghur women and try to get rid of, decrease Uyghur population. It's very obvious. Actually, the Chinese government already announced that they dismantled the one-child planning, family planning policy. But in East Turkestan, Uyghurs are still facing, not only outside the prison, outside concentration camps, within concentration camps, it's not only that sterilization, giving medicine, everything, not only just given to already married, has children kind of women, also to the young, girls as well. As I am a translator for many camp survivors, according to one of the camp survivors, Trusnay Ziawudun, Zumrat Dawood, and Mihrigul Tursun, a few of them actually, they have witnessed how Chinese authorities within the concentration camp sterilized girls, 18, even 21 years old girls. So that tells something different.
And that ultimately speaks to, what the CCP is willing to do to suppress, and ostensibly to eliminate
Exactly.
culture from existence.
Exactly. And on top of that, China's transnational repression also targets activists, Uyghurs, witnesses who wish to speak about this truth. And they're taking those activists or researchers even, and some outspoken people's family as a hostage inside East Turkestan, and putting pressure on them, saying that you have to ring or tell, or even at some occasions, the Chinese police took family members to the police station and pick up the phone and calling them, saying that, tell your family members in overseas to not speak out. If you do, we're going to put you in a concentration camp or we're going to kill you.
So ultimately, the big message that you've given all of us speaks to a key point, and that it's all a lie until it's true. And ultimately, people in this room have been fighting for the truth and for reason and for justice. So through truth, we get to the Chinese Communist Party. But who has to play an important role in that? It's to train the media, who also are victims of misinformation. They have been victims, and however the influence operations work, I've watched them play out in Canada. I'm a huge target, as are my authors, and most of my authors are either sanctioned or being attacked by the Chinese Communist Party. And that's why the last two gentlemen on this panel, I want to have them speak to within their own reporting and what they've seen within their own media and the influence there of the Chinese Communist Party and how they try to break through to bring the truth so your story can be heard.
Thank you very much. So my name is Denis Dzidic. I'm the director of media NGO here in Bosnia. It's called the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. So we're specifically focused on transitional justice issues and the rule of law. And within that segment of rule of law, we're very focused on foreign malign influences, which as a result in our country means that more often than not, other than Russia, we write about Chinese foreign malign influence. Now, in terms of the topics that we talk about today, we've published an investigation about the Uyghur community several years ago, 3 years ago, in which we showed that there were multiple instances where people of Uyghur origin flew from Turkey to Bosnia and asked for asylum, where our institutions reacted basically illegally, basically did not allow for the people to have adequate information, access to translators, all of the information that they would be required so that they could actually get asylum requests and protection. But these processes were drawn out without adequate information, and as a result of that, in at least 2 instances, the people were actually essentially pushed back from the border back to Turkey. Which is the only kind of investigation that relates directly to Uyghurs. But when we talk about disinformation in general, I think any of you guys, because you're here in Bosnia, you need only look at the Facebook page of the Chinese embassy to look at what Chinese disinformation means. In general, especially in relation to this topic, we've basically been like overflown their own Facebook page and then proxy media or reporting based on the Chinese input. Various kind of propaganda pieces, lies, disinformation, alleged fact checks of the UN report related to the situation in relation to Uyghurs. So this is just one example of what it looks like in general. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, this issue is complex because we are a very underdeveloped country. We are a country with populist, autocratic leaders who basically are now pushed into a situation where in order to get finances, to build highways, to do kind of development, we have to align with various reforms that are requested by the EBRD, by the EU. China is a very, very willing financier of projects, development projects, which come at no request for reform, but come at a request for even less transparency.
But always come with a price.
Will come with a very, very great price, but for the population and not for the political leaders who make these deals. So in essence, we have written substantially about various extremely negative deals that the government in Republika Srpska has signed with Chinese financiers and with Chinese companies to develop these highways, in which our parts of our government have even promised if there's not enough traffic in between these highways, we will actually, the people will pay the extra kind of cost for the next 50 years. All of these contracts are not public. And then when we write about these topics, we are labeled as, Western pay puppets, as pro-West liberal media, and various things that are made to to land home for people on a very level, on a very basic level, which we hear a lot from also Russians, that we are against traditional values of families and all of the other things that come along with a liberal and Western value system. And then I'll just finish with one last thing, that in the last kind of year, we've also seen quite more close to home the effects of Chinese disinformation, because in May this year, 29 years after the genocide in Srebrenica, the Bosnian authorities finally managed to get this issue onto the UN platform. And there was a vote in May to declare July 11th the International Remembrance Day of the Srebrenica genocide. Now, an important note, the Srebrenica genocide has been found a genocide in cases before the World Court, the ICJ, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, which is a UN tribunal, and in more than 50 verdicts in the Bosnian state legislation. So it's a very well-documented genocide, legally documented genocide, not just by researchers. China has voted against this resolution, but along with voting against it, there was a whole batch of disinformation that was laid out, that this is not good for reconciliation, that this is not good for the country, that there needs to be a discussion and about these things, which really minimizes and brings into kind of brings into the area of like political narratives the issue of genocide in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is in a transitional country an extremely sensitive topic, as you can imagine. No, I'll stop there. Can talk.
Perfect. Well, again, that reminds us all that it doesn't matter what country we're in, what continent. The Chinese Communist Party uses the same playbook year in, year out. They pull it back from the Nazi era to today, and it continues on in this. And my dear friend at the end.
Thank you so much. It's a special honor to speak to you, and especially in this city, Sarajevo. I have some Croatian blood in my vein, and it's very special to be here for me. And by the way, we need probably to change that thing, because that is all. But I want to start with.
And you're much younger now.
Yeah, yes, of course. That is the reason. And I want to start with a memory from that time, and I tied that memory, which I will be speaking in a moment, to a quotation from a very nice book, which came out in 1947, if I'm not wrong. It's the Screwtape Letters by C.S. Lewis, an Irish writer who wrote, he was very ironic, and he said, the devil has a major advantage in face of God. God needs just believers. And the devil, instead, is happy with the occultist who worship the devil and the atheist who think that the devil doesn't exist. These, I think, describe the audience and the media in Europe, I think, in the West, probably, generally, and especially in my country. And for the sake of the argument today, at least for today, I will distinguish between disinformation and misinformation. Disinformation is an act of aggression from the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, trying to credit a narrative, but it's taken from, but the media and the audience take that as mere ignorance. They simply don't know. And misinformation is when some of the media people are openly on the payroll of the CCP. I dare think that this second group is very small. The majority of the people are just ignorant, which is another way to say when you speak of journalists, they're lazy. They don't do their homework. I started at that time of that picture addressing the Uyghur case, crisis, tragedy, and genocide in a country where, when I submitted an interview to Rabia Kadir, which I did, they told me, who are the Uyghurs? It was almost the end of the year, and Uyghur in Italian is similar to auguri, which means wishes, best wishes for the end of the year. And they mocked the whole tragedy. And I struggled to say, wait a minute, we have a people here suffering. So I, starting on that, and we developed the argument at the point of founding a journal in English, which is not my language, and I'm doing barbarian treatment to this wonderful language, I'm sorry, but to try to educate, not re-educate, but educate it. So my point is, addressing the genocide case of the Uyghurs is an educational task, as you were mentioning, to counteract the re-educational endeavor that the CCP is trying to. But I don't want to escape from the suggestions that were made. In my views, the vocational training center tragedy and the forced control and sterilization of women Uyghurs are strictly tied. I'm working on a book which will be finished at the beginning of next year on the concept of cultural genocide, which is sadly lacking from the international, the UN Convention on Genocide. People, they say, can be targeted for religion, ethnicity, nation, so on and so forth, but they lack culture. And a cultural genocide, this is what I'm working on, is a genocide delayed or diluted in time. And this goes directly to what the Uyghurs are suffering with the denial of their own language, cultural rights, religious rights, and again, forced sterilization, which is hitting directly the next generation. This is, again, genocide. Diluted in time, you maybe don't see piles of corpses along the street in Xinjiang, but they go on, the CCP goes on in this way, one generation, two generation, maybe three generations. The Uyghurs will be, who are the Uyghurs? Auguri, again, go back to that. So, last sentence. It's an educational task. We need to bring this tragedy out of our circles. We need Hollywood to do movies. We need Counter-Confucius Institute. We need a lot of effort. We need to imitate what the Jews did, convincing the world that that was a genocide, horrible. That is the next step, I think.
Thank you, Marco, for that. And, I'm just going to open this up to a question and answer right now. And then we're going to have the panel each close with about a minute towards the end. Where I kind of see, and I hope this can be seen within the audience, is the CCP's efforts. I'll put it this way: if you win the whole world and you lose the mind of the world, you will somehow discover that you have not won the world at all. And I believe that the Chinese Communist Party is coming to that realization today, in part because of the work of all the people in this room and people on this panel. And it's up to all of you to continue your efforts, and those who support your efforts to continue and stay strong. So I'm going to open it up to questions. What I like to please have a short question, and then we'll direct it to one of the panel members. So let's start with a question from the audience, please. Okay, then I get to ask the question in that case. Wow, that's putting me on the spot. I have so many questions actually, but let's talk about in each one of our respective countries. What do you think we can do more to engage parliamentarians? What can we do to engage and reach more people so that they understand the travesty of what's taking place behind the scenes in Xinjiang and in other regions, or even going back to here in Bosnia 29 years ago in terms of the crimes that were perpetrated against the people here? So we'll start with you, Mia.
Thank you. So I think from our rule book, whether it's the Jewish genocide, the Holocaust, or the Bosnian genocide, the case studies exist. The stories are out there. So it's, and the textbook of what victims suffered, but also how the perpetrators behaved, those are out there. So all we have to do is keep on coming with that broken message of this is how it looked like, this is what happened, and this is where you can shift behavior. I think, so that's number one. The second thing is, and Tim Lawton alluded to it. I was doing a bit of research about UK media response, and the most read newspaper in the UK, the Daily Mail, is outward in its I think its advertisements and its platform it gives Chinese official propaganda. It's about challenging also the media moguls, and I think that we can do on a UK level. The UK government is really keen, and especially with all the elections and attacks on politicians, whether it's Russia or China, to pass legislation. I think in the UK they're about to pass. It's called the. Sorry, I just want to be accurate. The Foreign Agents Law, targeting Russian and Chinese foreign agents, not necessarily because what they're doing to the Ukrainian people or to the Uyghurs, because in the way it affects parliamentarians and internal politics in the UK, we need to call that out. We need to challenge those narratives. This legislation should pass not just because of the interference it has internally, but actually because of the human cost that it has. Again, in this case, it's the Uyghurs. In Ukraine and with Russia, it's the Ukrainians. So I think those would be the key points.
I think if you remember the first panel when Sir Jeffrey Nice said we have too much exposure on China. And because of that, it's very complicated to say the word genocide as politicians, especially as politicians in power, because when you're in opposition, it's easier. Because of that, it's very important to understand that, let's say, the biggest problems related with China is the fact Europe has a lot of economical dependency. And because of that, till we don't solve this issue, you won't see, let's say, the entire setup of, let's say, means against this kind of genocidal behavior being put in place by Europe. So it's important, even if it's not, let's say, a very direct solution, but that's the reality. And that happened in the Russia situation as well. Because
how do you try to combat that yourself as a parliamentarian?
We need to invest more in bringing back economy, industrialization in Europe. It's very important. While we don't have this one, we will have victims in Xinjiang because it's cheaper to use forced labor, and because of that, the politician will stop telling the truth. The second one, from my point of view, is to unite the narratives of the victims of CCP, because you have the victims, the people from Hong Kong, the Taiwanese people, the Tibetan people, the Uyghur people, the women and gender equality movements, the environmental activists, the Falun Gong movement. So basically, if each of them is discussed separately, most of the time they are just, let's say, a very tiny light on the media attention, but then it stops. So because of that, you can't, let's say, have a very consistent narrative that tell what happens with, let's say, the whole setup of victims of CCP. And also you should stress that the largest numbers of victims are the Han population. It's important to, let's say, not to put into opposite camps the Han population versus the Hong Kong people or the Uyghurs. It's important to highlight that the largest number of victims in China includes the Han population. And the second and the third issue, it's very important. What my colleague from Argentina said, it's very important to put it in some kind of emotional messages, like movies or like books, because if you remember, 7 years in Tibet, let's say, created a very emotional movement on Tibet. If we don't have this kind of and then the China government forbidden Warner Brother and the other company for 10 years or 15 years. So it's important to understand that we can discuss a lot in this kind of conferences, but if we don't have the movie, it will be very complicated.
Well, that's good.
So you, as a publisher, you should prepare the movie.
Very good. As a matter of fact, we are doing a 6-part series that we hope to launch. We're putting together the trailer for it right now, and some people in this room have been interviewed for that narrative because it's very important. So 2 words I want everybody in the room to repeat right now are the following: genocide.
Genocide.
Truth.
Truth.
Truth will set all of the people free. To you.
Thank you. Exactly. Yes, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, this question is, for me, it's advocacy question. So from my perspective, I do advocacy work, but not as much as my other colleagues at the Human Rights Project. But one thing, it's quite clear to me, just the consistency, just keep going. I highly agree with Mia's point. The same situation with the Uyghurs. We have everything. The evidence is there. The book is there. Witnesses are there. We have books already. We have movies already about what's happening to the Uyghurs. And we have everything. The live witnesses are there. Although China is discrediting them, giving disinformation and misinformation to disguise the world, but all truth they can't hide. It's everything is there. To me, we have to just keep continuing. But anyway, for Uyghurs, we have nothing but fight. If we don't fight, China interprets or makes China even more powerful. They think, oh, we are able to shut down these people. So we do whatever we want to do, which is they have been doing over 7 decades.
The world's GDP would literally triple if they took the resolve of all the people in this room and the determination that you have for your people and for your cause. If we could do that and harness that energy, the world would be going in great gangbusters. I hate to use an economic analogy there, but really many brave people in this room have highlighted and continue on.
Yeah, just adding to that, I highly recommend to people to read even more about Nazi, the Jewish history, the genocide history again. And since you trusted that history, you should trust what we've been telling you as well. Don't question. That to me, sometimes when you do advocacy work, even some government officials, everybody, some people just look at like that and as if we've been making up some kind of fantasy. It's not fantasy.
It's, as a good colleague of mine from NATO said to me, Dean, it's all a conspiracy until it's true. And the Uyghur genocide is no conspiracy.
And also another point of, your point of united voices, I highly agree with that too.
Yes.
And that's what initiation that we've been doing, like both World Uyghur Congress and Uyghur Human Rights Project, since I'm working for that organization, specifically as a Chinese outreach coordinator. I think that initiative, the only initiative the Uyghur organizations initiated, and saying that reach out to Chinese audiences, all our Chinese friends, not only just the Taiwanese, Hong Kong, Tibet, in the Mongolia, the mainland China even. Because the millions of Chinese people inside China only listening to one channel of information, which is Chinese communist propaganda. The information that they distribute into the world and to their own people is completely something, it's lies. That we have to combat. And that gives us more power to create united voices without educating those Chinese people, inside and outside. I think it's very hard. Yes, I agree with you, to amplify our voices. I stop there.
Thank you. Denis?
I would say 2 things. Oops, sorry. I think that's okay. No worries. So I say 2 brief things. One of them, I think in general, because as I mentioned, we write a lot about China and Russia. And the difference there is that the Russians are very open when it comes to disinformation. They're very aggressive when it comes to disinformation. And I've seldomly met anyone out of our own politicians, lawmakers, even from the liberal world, who have any problem naming Russia an aggressive state, a malign actor. It's there. When we talk about China, their diplomatic way is much different, and it's much more sophisticated when it comes to the Western Balkans in general. And I think only this year, with what happened in the UN resolution, and then also things that are happening just this week, is the first time when I've been conversation, but these are all conversations behind closed doors. You see some lawmakers saying, well, now I see kind of what you're talking about. They view China in a very different light because China is so much more far away. We're of very little interest to them as a region other than economically. The communication is simply not there. So what I think is important is just to provoke these kind of responses, because when they happen and when China does these kind of disinformation tactics and activities, it then makes it so much harder for more liberal politicians, for lawmakers that, let's call them, are on more, that are operating on a much less autocratic and illiberal way of thought. And there are many of those. It makes it so much harder for them to deny what is happening. And then the second thing, which I think is important, is that China finances a huge amount of soft power media programs, which make it difficult then to make, basically, we are an investigative outlet and we have our own outlets, of course, but we rely on republications. For instance, our TV shows, we don't have a TV channel, so we send them to other TV stations and they publish them. So when we did a story about, for instance, Huawei and 5G technology, and I won't bore you with a lot of technical things, but there was a huge corruption scandal inside of it when Bosnia was implementing this. That TV show wasn't aired on several TV channels that usually publish our stuff when it relates to any other thing. And the reason for that, we've learned later on, was that they were receiving a huge stipend from the Chinese embassy to publish some show called Beautiful Beijing or something like this, which is simply a show that's it doesn't cover very sensitive topics. It is disinformation, but it's very soft. It talks about the beautiful landscape and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is that it's a show we would never write about in general, to talk about soft power, but it was extremely important in stopping a very investigative piece. So I think that for us was an eye-opener to say there are a lot of these different soft power funding opportunities that really stop the channels for spreading the truth about much more malign things.
Yeah, and just quickly on that point, the CCP through state media used the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times, Globe and Mail, and provided paid advertorial in millions of dollars. And of course, if you were the editorial board on any one of those newspapers, you might consider not publishing a story that contradicts China. Over to my friend.
Yeah, it happened the same in my country where major media are paid. You see these, ad where, Xinjiang is a beautiful place for vacation. And they have a strange idea of what a vacation is, probably. And it's very common. Going back to our previous argument, yes, we have the books. Everything is out there. We need to move this next step. This is my key point. We need to colonize Netflix. We need to go to Amazon Prime. Some of our friends did. I'm doing a short documentary, which is due next month, on the tragedy of the Uyghur children when the parents are sent to the slave labor camps or educational training, whatever. Hopefully next year I will release 2 documentary interviews with 2 Han Chinese who speak openly. I mean, they have famous names. We need to get to the general public, and probably you need some non-Uyghurs people advocating for your cause, so we are above any suspect. As to the politicians, very rapidly, I think that, first of all, in face of politicians, we still need to get those politicians who are, let me say very nuancedly, friends of China. There are a few. We need to get the names out there. This is maybe a small category. For the second category, a larger one, apart from politicians sitting on this side of the table or in this room, you need, I think, to be very cynical, as they are openly. So addressing to the MPs, senators, and so on and so forth, you need to get to what they will gain in defending the Uyghur cause. And I think that the right rhetoric can convince them that they have a lot to gain in defending true democracy, human rights. It's not blah, blah, blah. It's also very rewarding in terms of the economy. I'm not a trained economist, but you are an entrepreneur, so you know, we need to convince them that it is in their national personal interest to stand for the Uyghurs, Tibetans, so on and so forth. If you get to that point, they will help us. This is easy to say. It's not easy to do, but that, I think, is the path.
Yeah, I think obviously there's been a number of key pieces of legislation and events that the Uyghur movement has helped to precipitate within governments, including the Uyghur Forced Prevention Labor Act. In North America, we have the free trade agreement. Working with people in Washington, we helped push a particular letter that ended up on the desk of the trade minister to take action to stop forced labor products from coming into Canada and Mexico. So there are mechanisms in which to leverage within respective countries, looking at legislation and laws that have been passed, and try to leverage those in your own situation against the disinformation or misinformation from China. Now, you wanted to have one quick point before we close. We're going to cover that up.
I was just going to say, don't forget your allies. I mean, it's the cheapest, most accessible, most open and available resource you have. If it's the Jewish community, if it's the artist community, the cuisine world, find your allies that can leverage new spaces, new narratives, but repeating the same story. That is, again, this is what we in the Jewish community have done, but it's your choices, I think, are endless. And it's about making sure you leverage that allyship that's out there.
And also convince your allies that you are a good ally. You are a bunch of nice Muslim people who are not extremists, who are not terrorists, who are good people. We need people like you in the West. Convince us. Get to us.
I just want to say a couple things. Everybody on this panel, as you can see, are very open and willing to talk. Speak to them, ask them questions, think about how you can, advocate with information strategies, communication strategies. Very, very important to be on brand, as we say, or on message. Consistency. As Sir Jeffrey Nice said, we have one key finding in the genocide. We need to leverage that in your communications, and don't go overboard, because you'll lose them. So just last thing, I want to thank this great panel, because it's been super to be on the stage with them. We have one more before I close this.
Just would like to add one thing. Sorry, is it someone's? Okay. Since we're talking about allies and being together, especially in this audience, I can see that the many delegates from Muslim countries, we are, as Uyghur Muslims, it's very difficult for our voice to get through Muslim world. And it's very obvious. So I really wish those delegates to take all the information, all the discussion that we had here to your government and your public in the country, and educate them about Uyghur Muslims, which is your brothers, sisters. One of the Turkish delegate or government representative very nicely said in his previous speech, says that we are your Turkic brother sisters. I wish you act like brother sister. That's my only hope. Act like a real brother sister. not just in the speech. Thank you.
So with that theme in mind, I'm just going to close very quickly in saying this, and it's all of you in here are winners, okay? So winning is a state of mind, okay? Take everything you know, take everybody that you know, collaborate with them, because together, united, you can win. And always remember, all for one, one for all. To the Uyghur cause. Thank you.
Hello, if you are a member of the Bridging This panel, please come on up. Anywhere you like. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Adam King. I am the East Asian Pacific Director at the International Republican Institute. We're an organization that focuses on democracy around the world, and I want to welcome you to this panel, which we're calling Bridging Divides, the Power of Solidarity in Social Movements. We have a really distinguished panel here, so we're going to get into it. So it's become increasingly apparent over the past 3 decades that the CCP is targeting a wide range of dissidents. We know they're targeting Tibetans, Uyghurs, Hong Kongers, even Han activists, Southern Mongolians, Falun Gong, among many others. We also know that there's really no space for civil society inside China itself. And so it's these activists that are outside the country who are actually going to be able to make a difference. But there's also other allies around the world, not just the diaspora from within the PRC, but many other activists, some of whom are represented here, who are now trying to take action against the CCP. So what we want to talk about today is what cross-solidarity movement looks like, and touch upon the need for broader solidarity between all of these different movements. So I'm going to start off by asking each of our panelists a question. After we get through a couple rounds of that, we're going to open it up for question and answer from the entire group here. So I want to start off with Mohammed Azmi Abdul Hamid. He is the president of the Malaysian Consultative Council of Islamic Organizations. This is an umbrella organization representing various Islamic NGOs in Malaysia. He's played a crucial role in mobilizing support for humanitarian causes, both domestically and internationally, with a focus on protecting the rights of Muslims worldwide. So my question for you is, can you speak more about the cross-movement solidarity, whether between different types of organizations, whether it's across borders, that you have been able to affect? I'm interested to hear about any lessons you've learned that you can share for greater replication.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm honored to be here. The experience was very vast. I mean, we have been working with both at local, national, regional, international. The idea is to forged a coalition of NGOs that are working on the same kind of issues. And we see that this transcends not just about the Muslims. I mean, we have the denial of human rights and injustices everywhere in the world, and we feel that we have to address them. So the cross interaction of NGOs, in our experience, especially in our region is called the Southeast Asia, and we have a grouping of nations called the ASEAN, the Southeast Asia nations, which make up about 10 members. Now, what we do is there are some hotspots that is now been seen in this region, and there are some foreign interventions coming directly or indirectly. We have the Myanmar issue, we have the South Thailand, we have the Philippines, Mindanao issue. And now there is a competition of superpowers coming into this region. And we are focusing on things that should not curb the role of civil societies. We are always demanding that, this region is generally much more manageable than the other regions that have a lot of conflicts. Now, just to be brief, your question is, how do we, see this in the light of what we are discussing about genocide and human rights violations? The idea is, as a Muslims, we always hold on to this verse of the Quran. It says, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. You must collaborate, you must work together, irrespective of religion or ethnicity or nationalities. You must work together in good deeds, in things that are high value, and do not work together on something that is creating an animosity, creating this tension. Now, that principle is well embedded in our work, that we are trying to reach out. China has its big problem. Uyghurs has been our concern. And we are always saying to China, look, what you are doing, aside you are competing with others, but you are also in an Asian country, that you have to behave in Asian countries. You have to say that those things that you're doing to the Muslims in China is not going to go well with us as a Muslim country. So the idea is to reach out and engage. Now, since we are going to be the head of this ASEAN next year, we are going to be the chair. The Prime Minister mentioned one word in that, and that has been our approach, that is inclusivity. That the approach is to engage and be inclusive. We are not in a way to create enemies. We are small countries. Malaysia is only 33 million, and we are only 67 years old of independence. And this 33 million is a small country, but our voice gives meaning. And therefore, we are playing that role. We're saying to China, we're saying to the US, we're saying to Russia that we do not want political issues to be dealt with military solution. So there is always this engagement, this discussion that we do in our work, and we are trying to engage with everybody and saying that we have to go with the principle. Now, the other speaker just now was saying about truth and genocide. We are saying also about what is called the post-truth era, that facts doesn't seem to count. It's just repetition of something that goes into your head that counts. It's the narrative that keep on repeating. It's not just about truth. There's a post-truth era that's now working in today's life. And we are also having this post-Cold War mindset that determines how we perceive certain countries. And that is our main concern. My last word is that the idea of our interaction of NGOs, civil societies, when the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim, mentioned this word inclusivity, and I embraced that. I said to him, okay, let's do it in a more practical way, embrace all NGOs to work together. All nations have the right concept, have the right perception of things, and we do not have to be defined by anybody about what is the problem of China, what is the problem of Russia, what is the problem of India, what is the problem of Myanmar. We have to have our perception together, and we work on not only what it is called truth, but we work on the right perspective of a problem. That's our approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I especially like your point about we live in this kind of post-truth era, and I feel like that is something that the PRC government is excellent at, in that they are very, very good at kind of crafting a narrative and then just repeating it and repeating it and repeating it until it actually seems more like the truth than what the truth actually is. Next, I want to go to Rushan Abbas. She is the founder and executive director of the Campaign for Uyghurs. Her organization works with groups in the United States, Canada, the UK, other parts of Europe, Australia, Japan, Turkey, to highlight the Uyghur cause and in support of empowering Uyghur women and youth for activism. So my question for you is, I want to hear about the advocacy work you conduct and the differences you see depending on how you engage or who you are engaging. So for example, my experience is more with the US and in Europe, and I feel that there's quite a high level of awareness of what's going on in East Turkestan, even if we know that we quite often lack the political will to take action. So how does that differ from the efforts that you are making in other parts of the world, whether that's in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and how aware do you think civil society, the media, and government are there?
Thank you, Adam, and salam alaikum. So it is extremely emotional for us to sit here in this city with the most recent genocide that they have experienced and what we are facing last several years. And when we try to talk about how we are engaging in the global communities, it is difficult and frustrating because we don't see the light at the end of the tunnel after 7 years of this full-fledged active genocide against the Uyghur people. And especially since 2018, 2019, we've got so many information, not just the full of testimonies, satellite imageries, and also Chinese government's own leaked data confirming what we have been crying out loud for years. So we engaged with global communities and the different countries and governments. It varies, of course, with their geopolitical situation and their relationships with PRC, with Beijing, and as well as how they engage with their own civil societies. So our experience as a Campaign for Uyghurs, when we try to go around the world, try to raise awareness, as my friend Dean mentioned in an earlier panel, the truth, the speaking the truth. Our goal is to speak the truth, highlight the truth, and speak to people's hearts and the minds, and not just telling them about the Uyghur genocide or the reality of the Uyghur people in East Turkestan, but also to pointing out if they don't take action now, if they don't speak out now, their future will be the Uyghurs today. The Chinese government is not just conducting this genocide within their borders, not just to the Uyghurs or Tibetans or Southern Mongolians or Falun Gong practitioners or Hong Kongers or threatening Taiwan, but they are being the enemy of humanity, enemy of basic human dignity and human rights. And if they just listen and do nothing today, while we are speaking as the victims' families and the witnesses to this atrocity, the freedom and the democracy that some of the people are taking for granted are going to disappear in their own eyes. And we try to warn the governments, lawmakers, and the whichever country we go to, wherever we speak. The Chinese government today is maybe spreading disinformation, and they try to show that they are friends of some of the Muslim majority countries and they're supporting the Muslims in certain parts of the area. They are the same government calling Islam is a mental disease, burning millions of copies of Holy Quran and demolishing thousands of mosques. That is the same government. And that's the same government trying to take their support, and they're just showing support to them because they need these countries to behind their back in the UN or in the other parts of the international community. They're next. Absolutely, they're next. If China today is challenging the world order and challenging the human rights and the democracy and the freedom of speech in the countries like US, Canada, and the West, of course, they are going to try to do whatever they are doing as using the Uyghur Muslims as a pilot program and the testing ground. And they will come after those people. So we are actually seeing a lot of support when we go and speak to people. Even some of the countries and the governments, if they cannot speak out openly and publicly, at least they are giving us some ideas and they are supporting us in private matter or trying to engage with the Chinese government on their own diplomatic engagements or dialects. So I want to repeat my friend Zubayra's speech earlier. Consistency is important, and the working with every organization, allies, and the governments out there is important. And we don't have luxury of trying to isolate anybody else out there. We need to support, and also we need to ask for support from everyone out there. The Uyghurs in diaspora are very small and new, and just a handful of organizations with small resources, we are trying everything we can. So please help us and support us. That's our message. And we try to, as I said, our message is strong because we speak with our personal experience. For myself, I am being the face of this genocide as my own sister is in jail today when I exercise my freedom of speech in the United States. And that's what I try to tell them when they sit and they criticize their own countries or United States or the West. That is the beauty of democracy. You can speak and criticize your own government or West or any other governments and nothing happens to you. When I criticize China in America as an American citizen, last 6 years, my sister is suffering in jail.
Thank you, Rushan. It's interesting at the beginning you talked about how kind of depressing this all is, and I agree. Like these conversations always go to a depressing place, and you talked about 7 years with no light at the end of the tunnel, and it's even worse than that, really, right? 7 years is only since we've known about the genocide. It's even gone further back than that. But I like to think that there is a light. It's just around the corner, and we just can't quite see it, but it's closer than we think it is. I certainly hope. Next, I want to turn to Gabriel Salvia, who is an Argentine human rights activist and journalist, and he's serving as the general director of the Center for the Opening and Development of Latin America. He received the, I'm going to mispronounce this, Gratias Agit Award from the Czech Republic, and is the author of the book Memory of Human Rights and International Democratic Solidarity. So Gabriel, my question for you is, we talk about global advocacy a lot, and this is often kind of a shorthand for the UN. That is kind of the main mechanism for global advocacy. So you come from Latin America, and as I understand, no country from that region made any observation or recommendation on Uyghurs during China's most recent Universal Periodic Review. Can you explain why that is and how we could change that in the future?
First of all, as a human rights activist dedicated to promoting international democratic solidarity, it is an honor for me to participate in this meeting. My apology with all of you, and especially with the translator. At this moment in my 60, is more probably China being democratic that I can speak English well. In my opinion, the interactive dialogue during the UPR of dictatorships in the UN Human Rights Council is a great opportunity for democratic countries to formulate observations and recommendations committed to the defense of human rights, but to name and shame the governments that criminalize fundamental freedoms, like to send moral support to their victims. In this sense, also countries like Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay live through dictatorship, and in those difficult years received samples of international democratic solidarity. They do not implement an active foreign policy on human rights. At most, they limit to some dictatorships in Latin America, such as Venezuela and Nicaragua. In the case of China, Latin American countries are afraid of economic retaliation, but the criterion of national interest based on economic benefits and not on the defense of human dignity continues to predominate. It seems that not much has been learned since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights now in next December with the 75th anniversary. To change this situation, I believe that first of all, we must insist that all the human persons have rights because they are human persons, and the governments owe their existence to the defense of human rights. We must emphasize the universal nature of human rights. Likewise, Latin American democracies that condemn the region's dictatorships, such as Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, must extend the condemnation to their international allies, also non-democratic, such as China and Russia. Remember that China was one of the few governments who recognized the electoral fraud of Maduro in Venezuela last July 28. And recently, China voted in the UN Human Rights Council against to extend the mission of UN in Venezuela, to Venezuela. It is contradictory to have a clear principled position regarding Venezuela and a pragmatic and complicity position regarding China, the largest dictatorship in the world. It must be clear that the Chinese fascist dictatorship is the greatest global threat to the universal ideal of democracy and human rights.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. So we're going to move on to Ahmad Fahmi Mohammed Shamseden. He's the president of the Malaysian Islamic Youth Movement and CEO of Global Peace Mission Malaysia. He leads various humanitarian efforts, including initiatives to aid conflict zones like Gaza and support communities such as the Uyghurs and the Palestinians. So my question for you is the view from Malaysia. When I think of Malaysia, I think of a place with a relatively vibrant civil society, but most CSOs, as they are globally, they're focused on domestic issues. So how does the average CSO in Malaysia see the CCP and its impact upon Malaysia, and how can we get them to think more globally and work more internationally?
Testing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon to everyone. Dear respected panelists. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for inviting me and the rest of our Malaysian delegates to be here and to share whatever issue and concern that we, on behalf of the civil society here in Malaysia, do respond. And of course, we do our level best in order for us to make the awareness of Uyghur make known to the public in Malaysia. Basically, I'm preparing some of you my slide presentation so that when I speak, then you probably see what are the things that perhaps we have done so far for the past since 2009 massacre up until now. Of course, I think in 2025, this year is we consider as the anniversary or diplomacy 50 years of anniversary of diplomatic relation between Malaysia and China this year, 2025. And for your information, this is basically the discourse that we have made earlier by our leaders when it's come to bringing Uyghur friends, activists to Malaysia. We, Alhamdulillah, I think Mr. Rushan, Abbas, Omar Khanat, Mr. Abdul Hakim, we managed to bring some of them meeting with the parliamentarian, MPs, minister, and whatnot. So in some of the discussion, we considered this issue is very sensitive for Malaysia. For instance, the trade bilateral between both countries in 2024, February, amounted around 15.52 billions between both countries. And the numbers of students and tourists coming to the country only for this year is around 5 to 7 million. And what the Chinese government are doing is basically to offer the young people, especially to further pursue their TVET training, the training vocational. I think the quota now up until 5,000 seats. And when it's come to this, probably we know that the relation, of course, is very close. Then the main issue here is when it's come to our assistant, the one that the government cannot do, cannot simply say it up front, then the role of them now is under us as a civil society. So whatever we did for the past many years, I think we managed to have demonstration. We established a specific group for that in order for us to launch a campaign specifically to assist our Uyghur brothers. And after the 2009 massacre, there are thousands of them. I managed to see some of our brothers here who managed to study in Malaysia. Some of you are here. And some of them that we met, alhamdulillah, with the cooperation with our brothers Uyghur, we managed to save them. I mean, some of them also we bring to the court. In order for us to, of course, China, they wanted them. So we go through that procedure in order for us to stop for any intervention. Meaning, alhamdulillah, we managed to bring and secure more than 1,000 of Uyghur. I mean, most of them now in Turkey. And we're still continuing that effort. And we realize that the numbers is, of course, is now reducing. But it doesn't stop us to say that on behalf of us, this is basically the slide. Okay, thank you. Next, maybe you can go for the next slide. So these are the campaign that we launched in Malaysia in particular. We launched the campaign. Next. And of course, when I said the replication of the implication of Malaysia as a country, when it's come to the trade, when it comes to the tourists, visitors, and 30 days without visa. So now the question and quite worrisome for the Malaysian is the numbers of Chinese in the country is somehow rather big, and they come to the country but never left. So these are among the issues that is happening now. So these are among the early intervention we have advocate here, Brother Anwar, who managed to assist our Uyghur brothers. I managed to be one of the bailiff for one Uyghur. I mean, during that time, I still, at the student days, I never heard about Uyghur. But right now, alhamdulillah, we managed to assist some of you here. And so we have many discussion as well abroad. I mean, we invited the speakers to be with us in Malaysia. And there are many other efforts that probably later on I can show with you later on in my second question. So this will be the last one. So these are among the yearly event, But out of respect, due to 50 years of anniversary, this time around, the way that we did is basically relatively, we call less, what we call less, what we call the Asian towards that is rather slowly compared to what we had earlier before. So hopefully, with the support of everyone here, inshallah, we will do better. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to Bader Zina. So he is a member of the Council of the European Muslim Forum. He's a co-founder of the Malta Muslim Council. And my question for you is, can you tell us how you utilize the forums that you're a member of to raise awareness and move the needle on the Uyghur issue and any other issues? You know, we often need to find a wedge issue that kind of like, well, then we can use that to raise awareness of the issue we actually care about. So what is the angle that you will often utilize, and how do you actually get at the issues?
First of all, assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm glad to be among you here, and thanks for the invitation and sharing with you your pain, which is, again, it's my pain as well, as I come from a country which is right now suffering from the biggest pain you can imagine. I'm originally from Palestine, really from Gaza, and you can imagine the situation right now. So I'm completely aware of your pain and your emotions, how it feel like that you've been under attack by your government or by occupier, and the consequences of that. Well, the thing that most of the politicians fear is when the people raise up, and when the people come together, and when the people they get their strength from supporting each other. That's what really fear or make fear in the heart of the politicians who they have the decision making. In fact, European Muslim Forum back in February 2019, they have made a conference, and 15 members from 15 European countries have come together and sit down together, and they discuss the situation and the issue and how it can be solved. And some recommendations have been issued in that meeting, on that conference, which was in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and even being presented to the parliament to see forward how they can try to support with the minimum they can, because as we all know, geopolitics, it's unfortunately unfair with everybody, not only with certain countries and other countries is not. Another thing which took place was in 2022 when the European Muslim Forum have sent a letter and a recommendation and appeal to main 5 strong countries in the world, which Canada, Australia, UK, and the USA and France, to not to participate in Beijing Winter Olympic Games. So these 2 things, which let us say mainly have been done to send a message. Again, I believe that altogether, as even previous member of this panel have mentioned, coming together and raising the voice, deliver the message, informing the people, because I can assure you, most of the people on the normal society, they are not aware of many issues because manipulating of media, the media is in control. Thanks God today we have got the social media, which mainly sometimes even give things the life, so you can see what's going on in certain countries' life and can prove that, but it's again, sometimes they can be manipulated or even controlled. Like some countries, they block some social media so people will not be informed of what's going on, or they block some material which not to be the normal citizen informed of what's going on. And I can say one thing, the white bull have been slaughtered when they eat the black bull meat. It's a phrase in our country that they will slaughter the white bull when they have eaten the black bull meat. That means that the black bull first have been killed, and afterwards the others will continue and so on. And the issue is not only one country or another. Everybody have got in here, especially the superpower, have got issues where in some places they are democratic and other places they have got their agenda or their things. Let us put it this way.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move back over to you, Mohammed, Azmi, Abdul, Hamid. So you mentioned earlier, you made reference to the fact that Malaysia will be the chair of ASEAN, which means it's going to play an extremely important role in that body. And it'll actually have the ability to play a larger part of any pushback against China or other large states. What role do you hope and believe that NGOs, especially Malaysian NGOs, can play over the next year because of Malaysia's position as chair of ASEAN?
Well, you just mentioned in your introduction that this region is a very vibrant, very dynamic, and generally much more stable in some ways, and therefore the space for civil societies, for in fact social activists to play their role is much more bigger here. So with the history of this region, the ASEAN was formed way back 1967, and we see that there is a kind of a tradition of interaction between the governments in this region to be quite healthy in a way that, there are spaces where the government will always come together and discuss about issues on how we should keep this region in the policy of what they call the ZOPFAN, which I say the zone of peace and neutrality and freedom. So it's always been there. It's always been reminded and always trying to see how it can be applied when there is conflicts. But then when we talk about the role of NGOs, civil societies, there is quite a new awareness among the governments that in actual fact, the civil societies has very much importance in this whole building of the region. And if in fact, when we have, there's a very hot issue now that is now emerging of the South China Sea issue. China has been trying to be very adamant about it. They say it's the waterways is our waterways, and there's a counterclaim by 3 or 4 of the ASEAN countries, Malaysia and Philippines, and also even Thailand. So the tense is there. China is trying to put some weight, and there's even some presence of military, navies around, and it creates that. And therefore, there is a reaction from the America. America starts saying that, okay, we are ready to come in. So my view on this, when I spoke to all my colleagues in the NGO, is that all foreign intervention must, be distanced away. We cannot have another area of interplay of superpowers, and we become the victim of this competition. And therefore, when ASEAN is going, Malaysia is going to be the chair, I think now is a time where Malaysia, with all friends, civil societies in this region, in Asia, in Europe, in America, to come and, let's deal with this in a civil way where we can interact. And we see there are things that the Chinese government is a bit, as you see, the democracy is not there and civil societies are very much subdued, and therefore they have to learn a lot of how to deal with us. And we are also, I've been talking to them. They've been coming to me and asking about, about issues in ASEAN, how China is coming more and more, as Fahmi was saying, it's not only about people following the money, as you said, just follow the money, but it's also following the power holders. It's both ways. It's the money following the power holders and the powerful following the money. So it's been that kind of a game. So what I want to respond to your question is that I see hope. I see a lot of things that we can do. There are many initiatives. Our country, we have this concept of the 6 pillars that we're going to introduce to the region. One is sustainability. Number 2 is prosperity. Number 3 is innovation. Number 4 is respect. Number 5 is trust. And number 6 is compassion. I'm not going to deliberate on that. But I think this formula will be very much adopted by the civil societies to talk to all our friends, to even China for that matter, and also other parties, that if we have a way of saying that we do not want, China wants to be friends with people because of their interests. They want to control and they have the money. But we say, no, we are not much into that. We are saying that do not manipulate us. Do not make us as tools of your ambition, Then again, they are trying to push. They are trying to show that, look, we have the ability, we have the resources, we want to invest in your country, and therefore you have to open up. But we have been reminding our government, we have a 446 legacy of colonialism. Malaysia has been colonized by 5 countries, from Portugal to Dutch, to British, the Japanese. We have the communists for a while. And we have even Thailand colonizing us. We have that 446 years of colonization. And we learned how this impacted our culture, our identity, our religion. We have learned that. And therefore, when we fought the communists way back in before we got independence, when independence was 1957, we had what we call almost a short period, but then we were facing directly confronting the communist insurgents. So we had to even organize that time with the British. The British wanted to free communists from our country. And then once we defeated the communist insurgency, and then the British, they continued their colonization on us. So that history was something that we really learned, of saying that we do not want to be decided our future by any other powers. So that is why I have high hopes when now the government of the day in Malaysia is opening up more and more to civil society to play our role in many decision makings. And we are saying to our Prime Minister, give us that space, that we're going to go organize a lot of interactions and to realize so many challenges that we are facing now. The competition in the world is getting more and more tense. We are working very much close with the genocide in Gaza. We are doing very much work also in Kashmir. I've been demonstrating in front of Chinese embassy for many times, I think, before even Fahmi came into this movement. But sometimes even the embassy of China says, if we don't see this man, he's quite weird in his attire. He doesn't wear a tie like you and everything. He's just a normal man, a village. And when he said, if that person doesn't come, the demonstration don't work. He said, we have to have him there. So they recognize me as one person that if there's a demonstration in front of the embassy of China, this man you have to watch. It's not that I'm proud of it. It's just I'm going to signal to them, look, as a matter of principle, as a matter, if somebody was saying, as a matter of truth, as a matter of justice, as a matter of, the right of people for self-determination, you don't play around with our life like this. You don't, manipulate our position. So that voice has been reiterated every time I face them. In a way, that is what we are trying to do as a society. And your question, is there a hope for this? I believe there is, and we are really working together with the government of Malaysia. If you look, you might be a bit when you see a prime minister shaking hand with Xi Jinping, but you also have to see when Anwar Ibrahim shakes hand with Joe Biden. So he shakes hand with everybody. So it's not that he shakes hand, it means that he's submitting to him. So our idea is to engage, avoid any clash that will, victimize everybody, but control all these superpowers, not to meddle with our interests. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. I'm going to come back to you, Rushan. I want to give you the last kind of word. I'm going to move on to you, Gabriel. My question for you is, how can we make the situation of Uyghurs more prominent in Latin America? This is an area where I just think that it's not something that's front and center like it might be in other parts of the world. It's going to be a harder sell in Latin America. Do we need journalists to publish more articles? Do we need to have more things on TV? Is it something else? So I'm just hoping you can kind of explain, if we're going to get the situation of the Uyghurs more prominence in Latin America, what's it going to take?
Someone could question me why worry about the Uyghurs when in Latin America there are 3 dictatorships, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, a country like El Salvador that is on the way to an autocracy, a failed state like Haiti, and a failed democracy like Mexico with more than 100,000 missing. And also, 80% of Latin America is democratic. I do not mention the economic and social problems since the democracy themselves must solve them by implementing good public policy. That said, Uyghurs are human beings like Latin Americans, and their human rights are universal like ours. And in addition to international democratic solidarity by addressing terrible situations like those of the Uyghurs and Tibetans, by making them visible, we help strengthen what we have in most Latin American countries: free elections and the right to political participation, freedom of association, assembly, freedom of expression and press, religious freedom, and freedom to leave our countries and return to them. But to specifically answer the question, I would point to the vigorous civil society of Latin America, since whatever their mission is certain that they could not exist in China. I am thinking mainly of human rights organizations and especially feminist groups, given in this case the aberrations that are committed against Uyghur women. In the case of media, at CADAL, we manage the publication of an article by Dolkun Isa in 5 media, traditional and digital, from different Latin American countries about the Uyghur Genocide. And we can continue offering articles in several other media, digital and traditional, in the region to make the situation of the Uyghurs visible. Furthermore, in the case of the media, we emphasize that freedom of the press does not exist in China. Finally, also the non-democratic government of China has great influence implementing what is called sharp power from CADAL, with the disadvantage between a medium-sized civil society organization compared to a state that is a world power. We try to counter in mainly with parliamentarian, politicians, journalists, academics, civil society colleagues, and young students of international relations. Seeing we have in some countries for Latin America, parliamentarians group of friendship with China. Friendship is with the dictators of China, not with us. And our work is show the real situation of human rights in China. I remember it here in Sarajevo, in the gallery, where I remember the genocide in Srebrenica, quoting Edmund Burke all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing.
Thank you, Gabriel. Yeah, I think that's something that we need everyone to understand is that the PRC government impacts all of us. It might impact Uyghurs more than most, but at the end of the day, it impacts all of us, including all the people of Latin America, right? Next, going to Ahmad Fahmi Mohammed Shamseden. Can you tell me how prevalent you think Chinese disinformation is in Malaysia itself? And according to that prevalence, how much damage is it doing? And how much damage is it doing both to civil society, to the population? And what do you think we can do to overcome it?
If I may continue, I think I agree earlier when Cik Azmi mentioned that, of course, we learned a lot from him as an activist. So this is basically what we call the continuation of the seniors to the juniors to fight for the rights of the people, especially the Uyghur. If you can proceed with the presentation, I provide some of the photos for you to refer to what I'm trying to explain to you earlier. And every time we are trying to, of course, engage with the government, I mean, to the Chinese, because we are saying clearly that we are against you as a country, but we are against what you did for the people in East Turkestan. So these are among the things that we do. Of course, I think Cik Azmi, you can see Cik Azmi. If we come there on the demonstration, of course, there are no officer coming to receive us. But instead, we just give through the post, dia punya post box, mailbox, for any memorandum that we submitted to the Chinese government. So this is what they managed to give us some feedback. But in recent year, please go back to the previous slide. In many years, they are trying to have this engagement where they bring the leaders from so-called Xinjiang, for that matter, to have an engagement with us. So I think there are many programs and many initiatives, and we only managed to enter the embassy when it's come to the discussion. So the discussion was intense. Clearly, we have our attention, our principle, our cause is clear, and we mentioned to them that we can agree to disagree. So these are among the stand. Then they say that these are among the report given by the so-called Western versus China. Of course, they say that you are among the terrorist group, whatever that they mentioned. But for us, I think, how do you defend the 5,000 that I mentioned to you earlier? The people who came to us, came to our office. I mean, we listened to their story. Almost, I would say, among the same stories. We have our brothers here, we have difficulties. They wanted to come here to Malaysia, but unfortunately, they cannot extend the visa. So what would be the hindrance that they have? So these are among the program. I think this year, last 5 days, 7 days back, they using the same program in the last previous discussion just now. I heard about the beautiful Xinjiang, where they have this group of people coming all the way from China to have this performance and explanation about this. They have an engagement. So what and from us personally, from MAPIM Global Peace Mission, I think some of our brothers were invited to go there to see by themselves. But of course, when they turn up, then they, even more angrier because they dissatisfied with the situation. But alhamdulillah for us, we still managed to secure that we will not accept any invitation to go there. If you wanted us to go there, this is not based on whatever arrangement made by you. What we want is more freely access or whatever that we wanted to have. So these are our main message. Next. So what we did, we are trying to leverage it in order for us to this information, try to play another narrative. So what we are trying to do is to have this discussion, right? Our campaign on the humanitarian program for the Uyghur next. And what more important is to have what we call the victims who speak for themselves. If I speak in Malaysia, then probably my face looks like Uyghur, but this is not the same what our brothers and sisters from Uyghur coming to explain about that issues. But you need to understand in Malaysia, in particular, if you speak about Uyghur now, you are irrelevant because people are talking about Gaza, genocide that is happening in Gaza. So what we're trying to do to explain what our Uyghur brothers and sisters facing the same thing in Gaza is not the same what they have now. So these are among the things that we trying to explain. We have the victim coming all the way explaining about program next. These are the launched book. We understand that the targeted group must be there. So we reach out to the women's group. We have for film previously, In Search of Your Sister, In Search of Your Sister, the title of the film. So we have this film to be shown to the public. And then these are among the report for human rights related to the women's group that is affected by the Chinese regime. So next. Among others, these are the classes that we have, online classes, to have an Uyghur word to be like explained to, as a awareness campaign for the public. So we have this class with the cooperation with public library in one of the states in Selangor. Next, other initiative that we managed to do now is on the food diplomacy. Probably, inshallah, this year, on October, inshallah, we will have Uyghur restaurant in Kuala Lumpur. These are among the food diplomacy initiative that we're trying to do to engage with the public. Of course, we invite them to come and have a Uyghur food. So, inshallah, I think the name that we are trying to establish is Uyghur Sarai, the palace of Uyghur. So, inshallah, hopefully, maybe some of you will come and enjoy the food. Next, I think if you can go to the next slide, it's also important here if we wanted to engage with the Muslim community. During khutbah, khutbah Jumat today, probably the Imam was speaking about Surah Al-As on the time. So, but Alhamdulillah, MAPIM, with the cooperation with Islamic religious in the state, we do have this engagement to have a special khutbah on Friday prayers to explain to the public. So these are among the things that we managed to do, and in fact, we have a good response on this particular aspect. Next, this is the gastro diplomacy that I mentioned to you earlier on the food diplomacy. Next, and lastly, these are among the books that we, alhamdulillah, managed to translate into our own Bahasa Melayu. So with the help of Brother Anwar Ismail here, we managed to have many translation of Uyghur book in Bahasa Melayu. And this is accessible. We forward it to all WhatsApp group. And if you want to have it, then you can go to our website. So these are among the books. Next, the book, of course, in Bahasa, and the recent book that, alhamdulillah, we managed to launch is the report, the Uyghur report from 2014 and 2024. So next, if you can show the slide. In fact, this book also, we have this engagement with the International Book Fairs Forum, International Book Fairs. You know, the country who supported this as a host country is China. So we have this book to be launched at the public event. These are among these things that we managed to, alhamdulillah, work on. Next. And lastly, these are the book. In the one that I mentioned to you earlier, I'm bringing one of copy here. Of course, if someone wanted, this is only one copy that I bring with the sign of Brother Hakim. So this is my personally. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Incredible work, and I am willing to be get involved with the gastro diplomacy at any time. Anytime. So we have two more questions left, so just a few more minutes remaining here. So my question for you, Bader Zina, is if you could boil the challenges that we face down into their simplest form, how would you define it, and how can we achieve success?
If you want to cure someone, you have to analyze the disease and get him the medicine. Unless we correct or fix the compass which the world going with, nothing will change. Unfortunately, the Second Great War is not that far from us, and some our elders still remember the hardship that they have passed through. And some of them, they have taught us what they have been passing through as well. And this needs to be reminded to our politicians and diplomacy. One of the main tools which been established by after the Second Great War, it was the United Nations, and eventually the Security Council. But to be honest with you, I'm not saying them they are functioning, except when it comes to minor or small countries or less power than other countries. And the worst thing in the United Nations is the veto by the 5 musketeers, not 4 musketeers, because they are using it for their own benefits and their own geopolitical desires and needs according to their benefit of power. The power which leading them to forget that the main sacrifice thing in these wars are the civilians, the people on the grounds, who they are killed or maybe tortured or maybe even persecuted in different ways and means. Go all over the globe. You will find every country have got issues where the big power close their eyes and support them to do whatever they want because they are allies with them. And unless we fix this instrument and give it the real tools which can implement on the countries which disobey the orders or the resolutions or even the decisions, we are not going to go anywhere. We can meet as much as we can here. We can talk as much as we can here. We can motivate it, like our brother here have done great job by raising up the civil society. But again, where we can go, it's if the government say, listen, stop, because our allies say, listen, don't interfere, don't raise up the issue, they will go with that. And we have a lot of clear situation right now. It's clearly showing life every day, whether it's in Middle East, whether in Asia, whether even in Europe now, it's knocking the doors. So who's going to pay the highest price is the civilians. And who is the beneficiary from that? The big corporates, who they orders where to go and what to do, and for the return of their benefits. Unless we fix the compass, no one will have the direction. The ship in the sea need the compass, and the caravan in this desert need the compass, and we need a compass. And unless without that compass, we cannot do nothing. And if the police doesn't do its job, we can live in a jungle.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask my last question, and we're going to open it up to questions and answers for everyone else. But I wanted to have my last question be a positive one. I feel like we often, this is a very difficult topic when we're talking about what's happening in East Turkestan. So I wanted to try and get some positivity at the end. So Rushan, I wanted to ask you that, I want to flip the question in terms of what have we achieved? What successes can we actually point to? And so could you tell me about a success that you've achieved, and how can we take that and expand it and duplicate it and repeat it and actually make some long-term successes?
Thank you. When we look at the mountain is so large and the goal is so distant, that success can be difficult to define. But at Campaign for Uyghurs, last 5 years, we have been concentrating on empowering and training the Uyghur women and youth for our advocacy training workshops around the world. We have done about 15 so far, and we have a lot of success stories, actually. But before I get to that, I just want to recognize the Uyghur women delegates here came from all over. I want all the Uyghur women to stand up right now. We need to commend and applaud them. Uyghur ayallar bir o'rninglardan tursanglar bo'pti ekan. Rahmat. So we saw the video last night from the history of the Uyghur advocacy. At the beginning, it was done in Saudi Arabia and Turkey. So you see a lot of Uyghur men in the pictures, not that many women, because it was the male-dominated countries and the societies. So today, when you look at so many the Uyghur women being in the leadership position. It's through the World Uyghur Congress's years of dedicating their time and efforts to empowering the leadership trainings, and as well as everything we are doing today. I can count about 10 Uyghur women who are the head of the local organizations. I just want to quickly read off their names: Halima Hada, Bakhtanur, Halchem, Nuria, Mahira, Mukarram, Rizvangul, and also Alfidar and Ramila, who are not here, but those are the Uyghur leaders in their own countries, at the head of the Uyghur organizations. That's a lot in a few years. So I'm very proud. And of course, we have our the greatest and the most wonderful Zumratai here, almost being the face of the World Uyghur Congress. As Campaign for Uyghurs, actually, through our advocacy workshops, Jawlan Sher Mohammed, who's with us here from Turkey, he was able to stir up a huge movement in Turkey, Where's My Family movement. And that was also through our visits and engagements. And also Nuria here, through our visits to Ireland and Dublin, encouraging her and working with her, she was able to establish the first ever Ireland Uyghur organization. And then we have a young Mahlia Chetinkaya also was a member of Campaign for Uyghurs as a youth advocate from the beginning of the establishment of our organization. And she has been working at the Ottawa Parliament as one of the parliamentarian members. And also now we have the Uyghur Youth Initiative in Germany, creating most powerful digital messages. Like, of course, We Are Uyghurs video clip that they created became viral on the social media. And recently they just did another one on the forced labor. And these young Uyghur women also, Amina, Sila, and Azma, they started to coming to our advocacy workshop from Berlin, then came to The Hague, and then again in Vienna and Istanbul. And they were able to establish the organization through our coaches. At the end, I want to tell you one story about how we shouldn't take any kind of engagements lightly. So Brother Fahmi mentioned In Search of My Sister, which is a documentary that telling the story about the whole Uyghur genocide, while individualizing one case, but interviewing many of the former camp victims and the Uyghur advocates who dedicated their lives for this, like Dolkonisa and the many other the Western scholars, and they're telling the history of who the Uyghurs are and what happened to them, establishment of the two East Turkestan republics, and the current genocide and reasons why, also including and exposing the Uyghur forced labor. How this movie came up to the light is because of one young teenager. She was standing, she's like 15, 16 years old, during summer break. She was standing at the line at the Disneyland with her father. And at school, she heard something about the Uyghur atrocities. So she asked her father if he has heard anything about this. Her father is one of the Silicon Valley business tycoons, and he never heard of the Uyghurs. And he was shocked to hear what the daughter was telling him a little bit about what she heard. And the daughter asked him to look into this and help with his powerful friends in Washington at the Hill. So he said yes, and he forgot about it. Then after they came back, a few weeks later, she asked, and he said, oh, I didn't have time, I'll look into it. A few weeks later, she asked again, and he says, I will. And the third time during the dinner, she asked again, and he was embarrassed. He says, okay, I'm going to get up right now from this dining table after dinner. I'm going to work on it. So he did some study, and he was just absolutely appalled by what is going on. And then he saw my story at that time. So he contacted me through the Campaign for Uyghurs email. And I immediately responded. And he wanted to meet via Zoom, and we did. And then he was coming to Washington with a few of his colleagues, and we met in Washington. And then he invited me to speak to one of his society, like his own society gathering. And I went. This was in Philadelphia. Through that, he introduced me to this director we just ran into during the event. And the film director was interested in our story and the Uyghur story. And here we have this movie. So you don't know what comes out of what kind of engagement. So everything we do is going to develop something. So we have to keep working, keep trying, and hopefully we will have a lot of success story to tell. And most of all, we need to hear the success of the Uyghurs being free.
Incredible. Thank you, Rushan. I think we have like 3 minutes left. So is there one brave soul who wants to ask a question to one of our panelists? Don't pose it to the entire panel. If you have one question.
He's from LA.
Thank you, panelists. So as you know, China is spending a lot for the misinformation, disinformation. We also know that the genocide tourism right now, right? Inviting people, visiting, and giving the false testimonies. And it's working. And a lot of people coming out asking us, hey, we heard that there's nothing going on. It was all lies. And it's really frustrating. Most importantly, that gives opportunity for the politicians skip this topic, remove this topic from the agenda, right? So it's very frustrating. So what would you say to the freedom fighters? What should we do to make sure we bring this up again, the politicians' agenda, make them talk about it?
I think we'll have Rushan maybe take this one. Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
That is one of the obstacles that we are facing. But at the same time, I don't believe no matter what country they are, there are still some politicians that do not believe what's going on. They've got enough information from their own country's intel and enough of the evidence and the testimonies and the scholars' reports and research, as well as Chinese government's own leaked documents and the pictures. So what we need to do is, this is on us actually as Uyghurs. While the Chinese government is spreading all this propaganda and the propaganda tours, and then inviting some of the Uyghurs to go back home or sending some of the Uyghurs to come and visit, if the ones that being at the forefront, the Uyghurs, if we feel satisfied by, oh, everybody around the world know what's going on, then we will fail. We have to continuously educate, continuously raise awareness, and build the power from everybody that will speak for us, create the grassroots movements and just to have the power of people to speak out. And the politicians, they have no excuse. But the agenda changes with so much going on around the world. And it's up to us to keep bringing the attention to the Uyghur issue and every chance we have.
Thank you, Rushan, and thank you to all the panelists today for your remarks. And that's it. We will take a break. Thank you.
We'll break for 20 minutes. 20 minutluk tanaffus sanal kimiye qaytib kirsak. Rahmat.
Tamam bu kaldı ha. Hem de oldu.
Ha bayrakla duyduğumuz düşünümüz değil mi? Görtürüp artık sırasında.
Kolda kulağını çürüktü kolda. Resim çıkandaki duruyor öyle.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for taking a seat. I hope everyone is refreshed now. So we'll proceed with the last panel of the day, which will be moderated by Dr. Rishat Abbas, President of the Uyghur Academy. The panel's title is Bearing Witness, the Critical Role of Documentation in Atrocity Crime Justice. So please, all the speakers and moderator, please take a seat. We have our speakers, Hamid Sabi, international lawyer and co-chair of the Uyghur Tribunal, Council of the Uyghur Tribunal, Sean Roberts, professor at the George Washington University and author, Ferenc Gelenser, member of the Hungarian National Assembly, Rahima Mahmoud, the UK director of the World Uyghur Congress and executive director of Stop Uyghur Genocide, and Michael Polak, international human rights lawyer.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Welcome to this important panel. This is the last panel of the day, but not the least. It is the most important panel on the critical role of the documentation in atrocity crime justice. As we all know, Uyghur people, our loved ones, have been facing unprecedented genocide back home. And we are Uyghur in diaspora, we're facing transnational repression. So we're sitting here with a heavy heart. Fortunately, we have our great supporters, international community, we have lawyers, we have scholars, advocates, member of parliaments. So let me start with introducing first Hamid Sabir. He is a well-known, esteemed lawyer, international lawyer, Chief Justice, Chief Counsel, and co-chair of Uyghur Tribunal. We worked with Hamid Sabir and Jeffrey Nice and Nick for about 2 years. That Uyghur Tribunal judgment came out about 3 years ago. And we also have Professor Sean Roberts, distinguished professor and expert on Uyghur issue, human rights, and Central Asian politics. He's also an author of The War on the Uyghurs. That's a well-known book he published based on his research work. We also have a prominent advocate, Ms. Rahima Mahmoud. We also have among us, next to Rahima, Francis Gelenser, member of parliament, lawmaker in Hungary. Among us, next to Francis is Michael Polak. He's an international lawyer working with Uyghurs and the World Uyghur Congress, brings this documentation of such atrocity to the courts. So with that, I just want to highlight the documentation have played critical role in Uyghur tribunals' determination of Uyghur genocide and crime against humanity committed by the Chinese government. This evidence and documentations basically has been providing instrumental for the recognition of the Uyghur genocide by more than 10 parliaments and the United States government. This panel, I want to do it slightly different because we have been sitting here for almost the whole day, and this is the last panel. We will have panelists to make 3 to 5 minutes of remark, followed by Q&A. Please, Hamid.
I hope you can hear me. Zumratai had given us our marching orders. Number 1, do not prepare a speech. We want a fluid discussion. So I haven't prepared speech for that. But the main point in having a people's tribunal is that everyone, especially those who are victims of atrocities, are entitled to the truth. And to establish the truth, the tribunal job is to gather and collate and collect the evidence that proves the atrocities, and then preserve them in a format that can be used for future. This job could not be done without the help and support of the community, Uyghur community in this case, and World Uyghur Congress, and without the help of our brave witnesses. The witnesses played a crucial role. I know we all helped, Jeffrey, myself, and all the council team and the panel members, but without the witnesses, nothing would have been achieved. The witnesses took the biggest risk. All of them were thrown out of their own country. Their family members were in China. They were under pressure, and they still came forward and gave evidence. And what did the Chinese government do? Organize this show press conferences, brought the family members to denounce them, the husband to denounce his wife, the brother to denounce his sister, the mother to denounce his son. The suffering of these witnesses is unbelievable because they knew from the beginning what would happen to their relatives, to their loved ones, if they give evidence. And yet, they did that in order to bring the truth for the community. I think we should all applaud the power of these witnesses. One of our friends here earlier said that in view of the veto power in the Security Council, we are powerless. But our strength is in our powerlessness. When Jean-Paul Sartre was starting the first People's Tribunal, the Russell Tribunal, his speech was that we are powerless. But that is our strength, because we are not connected. We are not taking order from anyone. And it frightened the biggest power at the time, United States, of this tribunal. And eventually, the United States had to withdraw from Vietnam, where was the center of this. That is my 3 minutes, Rushan.
Indeed, the witness pays price, and also Uyghur educate in diaspora paying the price. So, but that is, we, the Uyghurs, basically we want to stop the Uyghur genocide and to release the suffering of our loved ones back home. Please, Sean.
Thank you. I wanted to start by making 2 points about documenting the mass atrocities, because I know that for many Uyghurs, this was a very difficult decision to open up about what they knew was happening precisely because of what was just said about the retribution that could be paid over that. And I know it's frustrating, and something Jeffrey Nice said earlier about there only ends up accountability for genocide in almost all cases after a country has been brought to its knees. And obviously China has not been brought to its knees at the present moment. And I think it's frustrating for a lot of people to know that you're providing information and it's not ending in positive results. But I think it's important to understand that that accountability is critical and it will eventually happen. And it may even not be in our lifetime, but that's critical. But there's another point I think that's important about this evidence, and that is that we're in a moment where the Chinese government is trying to whitewash the Uyghur genocide. It's trying to erase the evidence, and having this evidence is critical, particularly for anybody who has experienced being on social media and pushing back against misinformation. The best way to push back is irrefutable evidence. And even if that doesn't accomplish your goal with that person, it's important to continue to push that, because I think eventually countries are not going to be able to ignore this evidence. So I think those are two important things to think about. And then I want to say something about, Rashataka asked me to talk specifically about the evidence I gathered around my book, which was published in 2020. And a lot of the evidence in there is from secondary sources. A lot of it I owe to other scholars. But the one, I think, unique contribution I tried to make in my book was looking at the accusations against Uyghurs that they were a terrorist threat to the People's Republic of China. And in order to look at that, I had to deal with the fact that there was a small, but there was a group of Uyghurs who had joined jihadist groups in different areas of the world, starting in Afghanistan, moving to Pakistan, and then becoming actually a much more significant group more recently in Syria. And this is something I think both scholars and the Uyghur diaspora were trying to ignore, that this was actually happening, because they didn't want to be associated with that threat. But what I tried to do, and I think it was much different than building evidence about mass atrocities, because my task was a little bit easier. It was about refuting China's accusations, the PRC's accusations, that this group was an actual threat to China. And in order to do that, I looked very closely at the media of these different groups, which is substantial and is all in the Uyghur language. And what I found is that both international experts on terrorism and the Chinese government were misrepresenting things about the history of these people. And I found that they didn't have the capacity to be associated with any of the violent acts that the PRC alleged that they were behind. And I think the best proof of that is the Chinese government has not responded with any kind of evidence about that. And I just want to make this point because I think it is important. I know I've spoken to some Uyghurs who are very interested in these groups. It is important to continue to understand what they are doing and to understand the degree to which they're being manipulated, to be able to respond to those who continue to try to whitewash the Uyghur genocide by saying this is really a response to a terrorist threat, which it really isn't, which brings up the major question about genocide, which is the intent of the state. If it's not to deal with terrorism, what is it? Is it, in fact, to erase the Uyghur people from China itself?
Yeah, that's very important. That is very important point, because that is the Chinese government basing their genocide and put the foundation for eliminating the Uyghur entire group, basically, and other Turkic people in our homeland, East Turkestan. So your book, basically, with the evidence you collected, your analysis, documentation, things that provided very strong basis, basically, to have the international community, the parliaments, the governments to know this is their intention, basically, this is what they're based on. Rahima, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. And I feel very honored to be among these very distinguished speakers. I would like to just share my own work regarding this topic. So I started with sharing my own story. That was a starting point. And the most important part of the campaign work and building the movement in the UK, there were several stages. Number one, eyewitness accounts and the survivors' testimonies, working as interpreter and translator, and that gave me the privilege to be able to have first-hand information. And using those information, engaging in public speaking and advocacy, media appearances and commentary. Media appearances, I mean speaking at the BBC, Sky News, and many other media, and also writing op-eds, inform the public about what is happening. In the meantime, building coalition and a great panel of advisors, like Michael is one of my legal advisors. And also helping, working as advisor to the consultant to the documentary film and interpreter, translator. With the ITV, we produced one of the very great documentary film, which won many awards, including BAFTA, Amy, the Undercover China's Digital Gulag, and many other films. Also, building strategic alliances and a coalition building, for example, working as an advisor to the IPAC, that also gave me a privilege to have speaking engagements and informing the parliamentarians, not only the UK, but also the parliamentarians who are the member of the IPAC. And also through musical and cultural advocacy with my music band, the Miras Silk Road Collective. When people didn't want to listen to me talking, I would sing. The final, most important part is legal testimonies and the reports for sanctions. I worked directly from the starting of the Uyghur Tribunal until the end. So I would like to say a few words about the Uyghur Tribunal. The Uyghur Tribunal gathered the most comprehensive body of evidence on the Uyghur genocide to examine, document, and reach their findings, while the tribunal's conclusions didn't directly lead to legal action against perpetrators. They established a vital legal basis for advocacy. The evidence collected remains a key resource for future accountability. And we believe that one day China will be held accountable for genocide and crimes against humanity. Until then, we will continue documenting and recording testimonies. Another case that I involved directly as UK director for the World Uyghur Congress is a Glen case that we took the UK government, three departments, the HMRC, was it National Crimes Agency, and the Home Office. So this case brought significant awareness to the Uyghur genocide, especially the issue of forced labor in global supply chains. And over 4 years, it gained considerable media attention. The Essex Court Chamber Legal Opinion report, which was the result of the Glen's request and the World Uyghur Congress's request, which helped establish a foundation understanding of the Uyghur genocide. So winning the case this July has been essential in driving our campaign for strong UK legislation to prevent goods produced by forced labor. I think I used up my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahima. Francis.
Good afternoon, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I've been told not to write a speech, but I was given so much input during today's panels that in the lunch break, I wrote a speech nevertheless. So first and foremost, please let me express my gratitude for having me. It's an honor to be here, really, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm from Hungary. That's one of the reasons. I believe that was a well enough introduction to the international guests, and especially for those who are living in the European Union. I live in a country which is more and more becoming a Chinese-Russian puppet state, if not yet became one already. The government of Hungary has diverted from the core values of the European Union. The government has led the country into a Chinese debt trap. The government just took a loan from the Chinese, $1 billion loan, and the deal's circumstances are considered state secret. We are building a Chinese infrastructure using Chinese money and Chinese companies, infrastructures that are not in the interest of Hungarian people. We have seen this before. It happened in Sri Lanka and in Montenegro, but that's enough about Hungary. Let's talk about you. I've been raised in a way that the only love is tough love, so I might going to be a little tough from now on. Let's see the facts. The fact is that the People's Republic of China is torturing, incarcerating, and oppressing the citizens of the country, its own citizens. Pretty much the same has happened in Bosnia and in Syria, and sadly in many other places too. What was the answer? A new protocol called the responsibility to protect. The problem, you see, is that this new protocol is only invoked if it is in the interest of the one who is invoking it. And I don't want to lie to you, the chances of this protocol to be invoked in your favor is extremely low, if not zero. In high politics, interest always wins over values. As my former university professor told me, Mr. Mark Leventhal, a sign of maturity is that one no longer believes in Santa Claus and the United Nations, sadly. So what you do have to do and what we have to do is make politicians interested in the Uyghur cause. You need better PR. I am not an Uyghur expert, I'm not an Asian expert, I'm not a Chinese expert, I'm a politician. What I have seen many times is campaign and PR. And in my life, I turn everything into campaign and PR. So this is going to sound a little vulgar or tough, but you need to capitalize your suffering. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's the only way. And to make better PR, you need to document what's happening in East Turkestan, and you need to spread it. Among friends, I do believe that honesty is an important value. Here is my honest answer. Not enough people know about what's happening in Xinjiang. To be frank, not enough people know about the very existence of the Uyghur people. I was communicating on my social media that I was traveling here to Sarajevo to attend the World Uyghur Congress, and I was given a question, who are the Uyghur people? And that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem we have to solve together. The Uyghur cause needs a better PR. Your only chance of having more freedom is if you are having more and better PR. In this world, nothing is given, everything is taken. The Uyghur cause has to reach a certain level of notoriety. Someone mentioned in the earlier panel that you have to make a movie. I think that's quite a good idea. You have to make a movie. So what can we do? And by we, I mean politicians and civil society. We can raise awareness. We can educate the masses. Who are the people of Uyghuristan and what's happening there? We have to tell them the ongoing heinous actions committed by the Chinese Communist Party. We can echo your screams, but we need to record those screams first. I'm sorry to say it so bluntly, but that's the truth. And even though whilst listening to the first panel, I had the feeling that Mr. Tim Luthon is pretty much saying out loud my thoughts, I do have to argue with one of his remarks. The younger generation do care about human rights and do care about human rights issues. And since biology has its ways, the general population is changing with more and more people voting in elections who just, as I was, were born after 1989. And we do not want the old world back. We do not tolerate mistreatment. And as a politician, I know for a fact that if I'm doing politics against the will of my voters, chances are I'm not going to be in politics for long. So what I mean to say is that you have to target with your PR. You have to target the younger generation. This leaflet here, I was given it today. It's a very, very good leaflet. It's a very good PR product. It's easy to understand and easy to connect with. But the problem is that it's a comic leaflet. You need photos, you need videos, and you need voice records.
Thank you. Yeah, PR is very important. That's one of our weakness. So the Uyghur communities, organization need to improve on that and collaborate with each stakeholder. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abbas, and thank you for having me here. I know many of the participants here have faced threats not to turn up, so thank you for your bravery. Thank you to the Bosnian people for hosting us here under a lot of pressure, and friends will know the type of pressure which can be placed on smaller states by authoritarian countries like China. As I landed into Bosnia today, we were stuck on a bus trying to get to the terminal because there was a bomb scare in the terminal at the airport. So we were on the bus for about an hour and a half. Made it here in good time in any event. But I spoke to the people at the airport, and they've had 3 bomb hoaxes in the last a month, where in the last 20 years they tell me they haven't had one. So it has to be said that we're very thankful to the Bosnian people for hosting us here under a lot of pressure they're facing themselves. So I start off there. I was asked to provide a few answers to some questions that we drafted up. I won't run through it in depth because I know that Dr. Abbas wants to focus on questions from you from the floor, which I think is really important, especially in this shift at the very end of the day. First question, how do documentation efforts like the Xinjiang Victims Database and the Uyghur Tribunal strengthen the case for international accountability in atrocity crimes? Dr. Hamid Sabi spoke at the start, and he said that he hoped with the Uyghur Tribunal that would form a base of evidence so more things can be done with it. And he's absolutely correct about that, because it's been used for news articles, it's been used for legal cases. For example, when we went to Argentina, a case which is still ongoing, we wanted to identify who's the best witnesses, who provides the kind of evidence that will catch the imagination of the court, catch the imagination of the Argentinian people as well. And we had it there in front of us. We could go on there, we could listen to it even, and download that evidence, both in the original language and in English as well. So how valuable that tribunal is, leaving aside all the fantastic press and coverage it got and pressure in relation to this issue. So it really has had a huge effect. So often I come to these events and I say that what you're doing is very good in community groups and pushing these kind of things like the Uyghur Tribunal. I agree that more strategy could be applied to it in some instances, but what I think is that you don't get enough credit for what you've been doing. Just this week, we had the very strong statement from 15 democracies led by Australia, surprisingly, the Australian government at the United Nations Third Committee in relation to the UN High Commissioner's report of crimes against humanity in the region. And that work there, they didn't stop and say, well, thank you to the Uyghur people for telling their story, or thank you to Uyghur organizations or human rights organizations, but the base of their evidence came from somewhere. So everything you do works towards that. Next question. What challenges do we face as legal advocates when it comes to using the evidence? You may think that there is huge amounts of evidence about what's happening in the region, but the evidence from a legal point of view, so stepping away from public advocacy, but getting things into court, is not worth anything unless you can use it. And as a criminal lawyer, I'm particularly keen on getting evidence in usable form, because you can turn up in court and say, we all know what's happening in the region. We've watched documentaries. We've seen this type of evidence. But if it's inadmissible, then you're in trouble. And with these kind of actions that we can take, some of you'll remember that the governor of Xinjiang, Erkan Tunyaz, was to come to the United Kingdom. We found out about it in the United Kingdom a couple of days before it happened. I think 2 or 3 days before it happened, and then he was to go to visit Belgium and the Netherlands, I believe, as well. And so we had to scramble to get evidence together to ask our Attorney General for permission to prosecute him for torture. And you'd say, well, look, he's the governor of this region where the most terrible atrocities are taking place. Surely it should be easy. But we had to really push to find witnesses to provide admissible evidence that we could use, that we could put towards the Attorney General to say, look, here's evidence which would stand up in a criminal context. With universal jurisdiction cases happening more and more around the world, you would have all noticed that there are members of all kinds of regimes being prosecuted when they go shopping in different countries or when they seek refugee status in different countries. Universal jurisdiction is becoming a huge area for prevention and punishment of atrocities. But can we say to ourselves that if one of the leaders in the region turned up in Norway tomorrow, that we have statements in Norwegian criminally admissible status, that we could actually use them and bring a case when we have 2 days to bring that case before they move on to the next country? So I think it's very important for us to start thinking more tactically in relation to the evidence we've collected. We've got a great base of evidence, but let's get it in the right format. So if someone travels to Canada, we can prosecute them. If someone travels to New Zealand, we can prosecute them. If they travel to the States, we can prosecute them. Anywhere around the world that people travel to, we can use this evidence against them. And it will happen. It will happen. We almost got there with Erkan Tunyaz, but in the future, Rahiba's quite right. It's just a matter of time before we get this kind of prosecution. And it's not just for criminal prosecutions that getting evidence in the right format is very important. Rahima has been doing fantastic work in relation to slave-made produce coming into the United Kingdom as proceeds of crime and establishing that as proceeds of crime, which allows us to challenge certain things. At the moment, we're working on a case in relation to the Chinese company Shane. And if their goods are the proceeds of crime, how can our stock exchange list them as a publicly listed company? If I turned up and there and I said, well, I've got stocks and I've got produce made out of unlawful drugs or trafficked animals, may I list on the UK stock exchange? Of course, they'd say no. They say that's absurd. But you get a company coming along who've got goods made by torture and slavery of people, and our government still considers that that's a possibility to support that listing. And the evidence we produce also goes towards cases like that case as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions you got at the end, but I agree we need to think tactically in evidence collection. There's no reason why we shouldn't have admissible evidence for all democratic countries in the world that if a Chinese person, whichever level a Chinese person from the Chinese regime comes to that country, we can prosecute them and prosecute them quickly. And you have sitting here people from most democratic countries around the world. So it's something that the World Uyghur Congress could coordinate, getting experts from each jurisdiction to put the evidence in the right format. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for your tireless work. The Uyghurs definitely need more lawyers like you, like Mr. Sabi, to help us as this unprecedented crisis, basically. Today, the theme was from Bosnia to Uyghur genocide. Lesson learned, the previous panels discussed. Lesson unlearned, transnational repression, basically example in Turkey, misinformation, solidarity. Now we're talking about the documentation. I will just ask a general question from the panelists, then open it up for our audience to have an interactive discussion. Uyghur genocide has been going on as the whole world has been witnessing for 7 years. Our fear is we don't want this to become a norm. People just say, oh, there's Uyghur genocide, but it's continued going on. And our loved one has been suffering there, basically. So the question is, what are the critical roles of evidence collections, recording, documentations in stopping the Uyghur genocide? So, Mr. Sabis.
Well, this 400-page document that is the judgment of the tribunal has not been challenged by any scholar, by any government, not even by the Chinese government directly. There is nothing in this document that can be challenged of course it can be challenged, but in a reasonable way by any educated and learned person. So we have a body of evidence, and this is supported by massive amount of database that we have prepared, and it's included in the Uyghur Tribunal website, that proves every single point here is substantiated and can pass the test by anyone. This has been presented to different parliaments, and parliamentarians are in a much better position to go through this. And some 11 parliaments had approved the resolution that China is committing genocide against Uyghur people. Any other challenge to this we would welcome, and we will be able to resist and defend. This document eventually will put China on the accused seat. Eventually, the leaders of the present regime would face, either during their lifetime or after they are dead, or I don't know, historically, would face that one. Your question is, how can we stop it? We don't have the power to stop it. We don't have the United Nations that is workable and we can use it. We don't, even the High Commissioner of Human Rights was forced, I think, to change her last version of the document because of the pressure that was brought to bear by the Chinese government. So we still have a powerful government there. But let's think why President Xi is afraid of you. Why? Behind every dictator, behind every totalitarian, there is a very weak and coward person. Uyghur people are peaceful. There is no history of any challenge to the regime, any atrocity that they've committed. Why is President Xi or Communist Party afraid of you that is resorting to this violence? Because they are cowards. They think, although you're powerless, you're a challenge to their total control. Strong people don't worry about challenges. Gandhi never destroyed his enemies. No one with power would do that if they are not afraid of them. So the only reason that they are doing it is because they're afraid of you. And the problem is that the world community is also worried about challenging these authorities. As Ambassador Curry earlier today said, go and put the resolution down. Let China veto it. Let Russia veto it. Just challenge them constantly in international tribunals and in international forum. They are afraid of you. They would not do this if they were not afraid of you. Why would a tiny minority in Xinjiang that is less than 1% of the total population be such a threat to the Chinese government that they would put millions of them in prison, treat them like this, persecute them, and kill them? The only reason is because they are cowards. And I think this is your strength. And this is what the world community should do, to realize that all the dictators and totalitarians were little people and a coward person who had somehow, by the luck of history, got to the position of power and is using that power to eliminate his enemies. Putin is destroying his opponents because he's afraid of them. Otherwise, if he thinks he's so popular, why don't he let them to challenge? Xi is afraid of the opposition, so he doesn't allow any opposition. So these people are weak people. But unfortunately, our politicians do not have the courage of their conviction to challenge them openly. They won't do anything. They won't cut off relationship with England and United States and all these things if they openly challenge them. But they don't, because they think Xi or Putin are more powerful than what they are. They're little people. They're nothing, in my opinion.
Great remark. Thank you, Hamid. As you said, the Uyghur Tribunal's judgment played key roles by the recognition of the more than 10 countries' parliament. The World Uyghur Congress president and his colleagues, the leadership team, last 3 years, taking the summary from the judgment, traveled to many countries, talked to the parliamentarian, talked to the government. Basically, that's the more than 10 countries as a result of that advocacy effort. So we need to continue that effort to increase the number of the country recognizing this from 12 to 20, 30, 40, 50, most of the powerful countries. Basically, so again, we Uyghurs are very grateful to the Uyghur Tribunal, basically to have well-documented evidence. So with that, and again, also, Rahima was a leading voice of the Uyghur people and the Uyghur Congress, World Uyghur Congress in UK, United States, or United Kingdom, basically not only using the evidence, but also showing the Uyghurs are beautiful people, has beautiful culture. The combination, we need more that type of efforts, basically. Sean, Professor Roberts.
Yeah, I think I'll bring up something that, first of all, I'd like to say that even though it may not feel like it, I think the advocacy that everybody in this room has been doing is making a difference. And I do think, and this is something, a case I make at the end of my book, and I still stand by it, that the most pressure that could be asserted on the Chinese government now has to do with economic pressure. And I think particularly with the documentation of forced labor and connecting that to Chinese products has made a difference in many places. But I think that just continuing that and continuing it in other countries as well. I think one of the problems at the UN is small countries do not want to insult China. But if the citizens in that country begin to change their perspective, that can also influence the government. And one of the things I hear time and again when I speak about the Uyghur issues, I get the question, why has no Muslim majority country's government condemned China for what's happening? And it's a complicated question. I think one part of that problem is there's a lot of skepticism of the United States in Muslim majority countries after the global war on terror, and because there are attempts to link the Uyghur problem to US government interests, there's often skepticism about it. But I do see, in particular, in those Muslim majority countries that have an active civil society, we're seeing pushback, whether that's in Turkey, Indonesia, Malaysia. We heard from 2 people from Malaysia today. And I think that continuing that pressure is really important, and continuing to provide the kind of tools. I love this tool, and I don't know who established it. The web browser extension that allows you to find out whether a product that you're looking at on the internet is linked to Uyghur forced labor. spreading that information around and doing it to the point of my colleague from Hungary among the younger generation, because I do see in a university context, I'm getting more and more students who are interested in the plight of the Uyghurs. And those people have a lot of energy. They have a lot of ability to, and they're also increasingly voting with their pocketbooks in terms of their consumerism. So I think that's another front that's really critical. In addition, of course, to continue to advocate to governments, to parliamentarians, and so on, but also from the grassroots. I think that's a really important tactic.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Professor Roberts. Now we are fortunate we have professors like you in the university, and we also need to increase our collaborations with our scholars, the experts on the Uyghurs issue like yourself. I think that will continue to play important role. Rahima, please.
Okay, I want to take this opportunity to reach out to my own people who are sitting here and also who are watching online. Documenting evidence is extremely important, and I do believe we still didn't collect enough evidence. The power what we have is each of us, we are the victim and we are witnesses. And regardless of who, as long as you are Uyghur, you have story to tell. And the strengths that Chinese government holding against us because of our fear. And I think the fear, if we don't overcome this fear, then that fear will be our weakness. And that has been the case. I just want to say that I'm working on helping with another documentary on forced labor with the BBC. Two of the most important witnesses withdraw their interview after, some kind of threats. And without these important witnesses, there won't be good documentaries, there won't be good films. If we didn't have Arbaqit, is Arbaqit here? Please stand up, yes. Without Arbaqit bravely came forward, said, I am happy to take the governor, Erkin because I was tortured during his leadership. And that is the reason how Michael can draft, or we can draft that statement. We worked until 1 a.m. Yes. And when I contacted Arbaqit at 1 o'clock, immediately he responded and he signed. And we managed to get that out to the Attorney General. And also we managed to have media coverage. And that was so powerful in the end, Erkin had to cancel his trip. So with any action, you have to be opportunistic, clever, you have to be there, right time, you need to have right people. Without all those elements, you cannot achieve something so important. And therefore, I think because we spoke about the disinformation campaign, and also there's so many things that is happening, we lost a lot of campaigners, a lot of people now they're withdrawing from this kind of work. I read something which said, you become so powerful when you have nothing left. So I do believe I became very powerful because I have nothing left to worry. And especially after I experienced cancer, and I thought, whatever I have left, whatever life I live, that it has to be meaningful. And I think if each of us can think this way and to overcome the fear, we need more evidence. We really need people write down. Don't just sit together, 3, 10, or 5. They're just talking about your misery. That is not going to resolve anything. Write down and document. And those, if we cannot, achieve anything today, but those information will become crucial, important part of the future when we have the opportunity to take Chinese government to international court. We need those evidence. So that is my message.
Thank you, Rahima. Definitely, we need to continue our effort. There is a saying, if baby doesn't cry, no milk. So I think we need to continue our effort. Francis and Michael, if you could just limit to 1 or 2 minutes, so we need have some interaction with the audience. Thank you.
I'm going to be quick. So, as I mentioned earlier, in high politics, interest always wins over value. But the country's foreign policy is more or less always in line with the country's inner policy. So if the people put pressure on the politicians, they tend to change their policies because they don't want to lose their jobs. Easy as that. I think the only way to form and shape the policies within China is by economic measures. China is watching the war in Ukraine with keen eyes, and not just the war, but also the reactions. And I do believe that if and when we are going to defeat the Russians in Ukraine, it's going to teach a lesson to China as well, that it cannot do anything and everything without consequences. So to be profound and quick and short, we have to sanction the living soul out of these people. We have been told, European people, we've been told that we're going to get frozen during the winter if we won't have Russian gas. Nevertheless, we sanctioned them, and the Russian economy is on the verge of collapse. So by economic means, I do believe that we can make a change within China.
Thank you. Michael, please.
I'm going to be very brief on this and just stepping outside of law and into politics for a moment. We have some brilliant older Uyghur leaders here, full of knowledge, full of great ideas. But I think one way to particularly engage young people in your jurisdictions, and what you have as an advantage as a diaspora people spread around democratic states around the world, is that you have your sons, your daughters, your communities there who are educated in the language of the countries where you've found yourselves, who's educated in the politics of the countries in where you've found yourselves. So I think there's a question to be asked by Uyghur associations in these states. Are we doing enough to push these young people forward? We've got a few brilliant young Uyghur advocates here, but are we doing enough within our jurisdiction to push young Uyghurs forward? Are we potentially using them to challenge those politicians who consistently fail to speak up against China? So there's huge value, I think, in getting young people in your jurisdictions involved, putting them up for election. You don't have to win the seat to make an impact. A debate between a pro-China politician in your jurisdiction and a young, eloquent Uyghur person publicized in the native language of where you are could be massively powerful. So I think we really need to look at that. And I hope to come to World Uyghur Congress meetings like this for many years to come and see the very brave and very wise older faces in the crowd. But I hope to come along and see them matched by people under the age of 35 who are passionate about Uyghur culture, who are passionate about not only freeing the Uyghur people, but stopping China from taking away the democratic right in the states that have given you sanctuary as well. So I think that's something that all the Uyghur groups here can think about. Are we doing enough to bring young people into it? Are we pushing them up? Are we promoting these young people? Are we placing them in positions where they can debate local politicians who support China? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. The young next generation is very important. As you said, our World Uyghur Congress, its assembly, next leadership, has many young people coming into the leadership roles. Now I'd like to open up the floor for the audience. Any questions? Please, a brief question, no opening remarks. That's a question.
Yeah, that's a question.
Just one question.
Question in writing. All right. Yes.
Okay.
So actually, this is exactly to the point I wanted to make. The question is about, and I know many Uyghurs believe this, that all of the Uyghurs in Syria have been planted by the Chinese government. If you have evidence for that, absolutely, that should be put forward. But I have not found any evidence for that. I have found evidence that it's possible that there is some collusion in there. But what I do encourage, and I know I can count it on my hands, two Uyghur intellectuals who are deeply interested in this issue and want to research it. And I encourage that they do. I think it's really important to get the facts right about these groups. And the information is out there. And I think in particular, those people in Turkey who have interactions with some of these people who come back from Syria, interview these people, find out what is happening, who is funding them, how is it that this group has a significant media wing. I think it's not helpful to ignore it and to just put forward ideas that you think might be true. As a panel that's talking about evidence, I think the critical point here is getting the evidence and trying to fully flush that out. And I note this because the Chinese government, it's interesting. People always ask me whether I've been attacked by the Chinese government over my book. I have not. And it seems they just want to ignore it because they don't want to actually get into this question. And it's perfectly reasonable that maybe the Chinese government is involved, but you can't make that assertion without a smoking gun, without evidence.
Thank you, Professor Robert. Very good answer. Other questions from the audience? Mike, yeah. Microphone.
Men bir erkek kırmızı kuşravatkan temildeki hukuklarını, insani hukukunu, yaşaş hukukunu tamamen koludan kurallık tatvagan bir halkının perzent buluş sütün bilen sen bir yerden kögellikimden özümün yalnız kalmalıkını şundakla özümün bir muş yolda terissem çok netice erişiğalıkından gururlandım. Cesaretlendim. Sizlerge rahmet. Başka devletin kelgen sivil teşkilatlarına ona rahmet. Benim sualım Amerika'nınki Washington Üniversitesi Profesör okutisi Doktor Stein Robinson buldum. Hozir dunyo sistemimizni o'rnatish uchun, hozirgi dunyo sistemimizni o'rnatish uchun dunyo xalqi mislsiz bedel to'ldi. Bo'laqmi? Yevropa davlatlar, Yevropa xalqi intayin ig'ir bedel to'ldi. Mushu hozirgi sistemada hammadan jiq foyda olgan davlat Kommunist Xitoy imperiyasi. Ama mushu sistemni foydalanib turib, yani bu sistemni o'zgartirish uchun harakat qilib qolmo, yani Kommunist Xitoy imperiyasi. Masalan, 1979-dagi BDT yig'inida Deng Xiaoping shunday degan: bizning xalqimiz och, nomrod. Bizning maqsadimiz dunyoga yoki boshqa davlatlarga zulm silish, izish emas, nomrodlikdan, ochlikdan qutuldirish degandi. Ama hozir ko'ryapsizlar, bu zulm faqat bizga emas, Tibet, Hong Kong, Ishki Mongol, Tayvan, hattoki Janubiy dengizga ba'zan davlatlarga mo kengayotdi. Xitoyning bu nimasi. Shuning bilan birga, ya'ni Xi Jinping aniq dedi, biz 2049-yil bo'lganchada dunyodagi birinchi darajalik davlatga aylanamiz dedi. Bu degani dunyoning hozirgi sistemimiz o'zgartimiz dedi. Undaganda mening savolim, bu sistemning xatolik tarafining qurbonlariga biz aylanib ketdik. Biz Tibet xalqi, Ishki Mongol bular aylandi. Shu xatolikni Yevropa yoki erkinlikni, demokratiyani butun kuch bilan qo'g'dab, hozirgi sistemni o'rnatgan davlat qachonlik tuzdi. Yoki bu sistem bilan Xitoyning o'zgartishiga qaylab turamdi. Zax 25 yil qattiq Xitoyni o'zgartman deganiga. Mening savolim shu.
Rahmat. About the system, Chinese government is benefiting.
Yes, I think it is true that we're living in a time where our global order is in flux. And now, this might be naive, but I do believe that history bends towards justice. And I do think that it's important that the Uyghur people remain on the right side of history. You know, there's not a lot that the Uyghur people can do to influence the outcome of geopolitical changes in terms of whether China very much, China and Russia, and many other governments actually, North Korea and Iran, for example, want to change the global order and want to change how the UN works in particular. And I think that it's very important that democratic states and democratic citizens and peoples continue to fight back against that. So I don't know if that answered your question, but
Thank you. We have, I think, 2 questions from there. Then probably the last. Okay. They raise hand first. We have 5 minutes left. So please, just a brief question, not opening remark.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, people, for providing all those valuable information. My question is this. Uyghur people are facing existential threat in to their language, culture, religion, and identity, and actually physical existence. Many countries are unfortunately hesitant to come forward and provide support, even declare their support to the Uyghur cause. Can the democratic nations enhance their relationships with those third world countries, including Muslim countries, to attract them to their side so that both sides wins, democratic countries as well as those Muslim countries or other third world countries? Because I have a feeling that democratic world can do better if you can provide your suggestions on this. Thank you. And for example, a stronger actions, for example, sanctions, is it a possibility? Thank you.
Michael, maybe very briefly.
Very briefly, the latest news in sanctions, which has taken everyone by surprise, is that there's a new establishment of a new Chinese banking system of currency exchange between different providers. And one of the shocking parts of it, they're reporting in the UK press that some of our biggest banks have decided to join it. And the purpose of this, it would appear, is to be able to get around sanctions. So the Russian regime would be able to keep their money or pass money through the Chinese international system. And we have to decide in democratic countries whether we allow our banks, companies that have made huge amounts of profit from being based in our democratic countries, to be part of that system as well. So, but I do think at the moment the sanctions regime is still very powerful. Ferenc spoke about it just before. I'll give you an example from my own work. I was instructed by a South American non-governmental organization to write to some Chinese companies and to some Western banks in China in relation to the provision of technology to Iran into drones, which were being used by Russia to kill civilians in Ukraine. And they were very much surprised when they got official letters saying, you're doing this, we know you're doing it, we have insider information that you're doing it, and you're in breach of these sanctions. You either stop or we're reporting you. And some of these were Western banks as well. So I think the sanction regimes are still very powerful. I agree with what Ferenc says about how powerful they've been against Russia. I had lunch with a dissident Russian lawyer a couple of days ago who still travels to Moscow, and he says about how difficult things are being made for people there and for businesses there. So sanctions do work, but we have to be very wary of this alternative banking system, which could be used to get around sanctions. And to decide whether we allow our companies and our banks to take part in that kind of behavior.
Thank you, Michael.
So my question is, okay, sanctions by governments, by entities, what we are going to do with the BRICS, which a few days ago, they had their meetings, and it shows clearly there's quite interest from a lot of countries. In fact, there's 159 countries who are very interested in BRICS, and some of major countries have went to be part. This is the first one. Second, we are talking about Russia, Iran, and all others. What about Israel? Nobody mentioned, and actually I don't like to call it Israel, I like to call it the Zionist state, because again, it's the double standard, which shows that we are closing our eyes on one side, focusing on another side, and this makes people frustrated because they think there is no injustice because of the double standard. So BRICS and closing eyes or the double standard where we point our fingers to who are doing atrocity in this world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Zubayra, you have a question?
Since we're discussing about the importance of documentation, the documenting atrocity crimes, the atrocities happening in East Turkestan, definitely everybody knows that the East Turkestan is the most restricted, isolated, and sensitive part for China. So they restrict everybody. I mean, I think to make documenting the atrocity right from the ground is the most important. Many NGOs are unable, Germans are unable to go, researchers are restricted, the few, I think that's when the research is restricted. Just before mass arrests began in 2016. So my question is there any government, NGO, any entity can do research on the ground in any way, by any method? Do you have any idea to documenting the atrocity directly from the ground in East Turkestan?
Who can answer?
I think substantial research had been made using satellite pictures, and actually it was Uyghur human rights database that collected substantial amount of evidence that was presented to the tribunal based on satellite pictures that how many camps were built, rebuilt, extended, and all these things. And we have them all in the judgment, but that's as far as you can go because nobody can go inside and investigate it. So that's the only possible solution.
Thank you.
And I would just add, and this is something have no interest personally in doing because I don't know Chinese language, but there are lots of scholars, and I think lots of Uyghur activists as well, scanning the substantial social media in China to find any evidence. Unfortunately, I do think it's completely unrealistic to think of any government entity getting in on the ground. It's difficult for researchers. I think the Chinese government's inviting researchers. I had a researcher come to me who went on a Potemkin village tour, and he was trying to convince me to go. And he said, the only thing is then you can't write anything critical about what's happening. And I said, well, then what's the purpose? But, I think that you might be able, and I would encourage young scholars to maybe take up that task, go on one of these tours and honestly write about it with the understanding they're not going back. But I do think the social media right now that in a couple documentation projects that I think are important. One obviously is the Xinjiang Victim Database that Jean Buning has been working on for years now, but the other one is the University of British Columbia's Xinjiang documentation project. And that in particular is focusing now on a lot of the social media.
Thank you, Sean. But you know Kazakh and Uyghur language, though.
Yes, but there's not a lot of social media Uyghurs putting it in Uyghur now.
We have Mutal. Yeah.
I was just going to jump in just quickly on this question. I thought Rahima might jump in on this, but the documentary that Rahima translated, ITV in the UK, which is available online, fantastic. One of the best documentaries I've seen in relation to what's happening in the region. They have a journalist, a Han Chinese journalist with a video camera in a suitcase who goes through and shows the repression which is taking place. So clever tactics like that. It was actually the same journalist who broke open the golden passport scheme in Cyprus by going into a meeting with a camera in his suitcase. I'm not sure how many more of these he can do before people work out who he is. But clever things like this are really good ways of doing it. So using very brave journalists like that. And I encourage people to go and watch that documentary.
Can I just add a few words on that as well? A lot of time when we say that documentation, people just think that that document will be available for everyone. I think if the document made it confidential, I do believe there will be more people come forward, because in the end, this is not for film or documentary or anything. We are talking about documenting the crimes that we collect and to use in the future. So they don't even need to have the name of the person. They can cross all that out. So I think it is important to educate our people that, you can provide your story, provide the names of the people who disappeared, the names who died, the names that, serving long-term prison sentences. And all those names are very, very important, because those people cannot speak for themselves because they are in prison or they're dead. So I think we need to also educate our people that, not necessarily that you will get into trouble by providing this information. And I also believe if there is resources, we need resources to do that. The biggest reservoir of information that we can collect will be like in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and all those countries. Not necessarily you have to go inside, but there are so many people in and out. And when you really promise that you are not going to get those people's life at risk by completely keeping the information confidential. I think that can be another way of collecting evidence.
Thank you. Confidentiality is very important, especially if facing transnational repression. And also our loved ones are suffering because of our advocacy, because we're speaking out.
Yeah, my question is for Glenser, Prince Glenser. About doing PR, talking to the politicians, we see that for politicians, main consideration is political convenience and economic benefits. So it's hard to take it next level. How can we give them motivation to bring this to the owning the genocide and bring it to the next level? Kind of very difficult. What do you think about it?
All right, so first and foremost, if you want to be successful in social media, I just learned it. I'm 34 years old, already too old. You have to ask for help from younger generations. Even I don't understand them. But what I learned from them is they're extremely, sorry if my English is a bit rusty, they're easy to learn into new, Jesus, sorry? Not algorithms, but yeah, social media trends. Thank you, social media trends. We in Hungary, we have a very, very hard regime. Not as hard as in China, but it's really hard. And we created an application. It's I wouldn't say similar to the browser you mentioned, sir, but it's more or less the same. We have an application, and whenever you go into a shop and you use your phone and the camera on your phone, and you scan the object which is in front of you, it says whether it was made by a company which has a tie to the government. And this is the time when you have to use the name and shame. Do you want to be part of that club? Do you want to be, as a teenager or as a young adult, be part of a club which does such heinous attacks on its own people? So what I would do, if you have these browser add-on, if you still have it, which has been mentioned earlier, I would turn it into an application, a phone app, which allows European people, European youngsters to use it in every single shop they go into for shopping. And trust me, they don't want to be part, they don't want to be in a club in which they can be called named, and they can be called that you, by buying this sweater or by this jumper or by this whatever phone, you are sponsoring a government which uses forced labor.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you so much, audience, for great questions. Oh, you have last? I think we are on the top of the hour. Yeah, sorry, we are on the top of the hour. But if it's very quick, just 1 or 2 sentence question, maybe brief answer. Yeah.
Michael, yeah. I think you might know as an international human rights lawyer, so there are transnational repressions going on all over the world. You are talking about all of us living in a democratic country and citizens of that country. And yet, I noticed there is a gap in Ireland. We don't have a mechanism to support or protect activists. I've been threatened, intimidated, even isolated from my community members since I established the organizations. Even before coming to this Congress, I was double thinking, but do you think there is a place, because UK and Ireland have quite similar system, what should I start to let my government hear as a democratic country? Their citizens still being tracked and labeled as a separatist or terrorist because of speaking of the truth. Thanks.
It's a very good question. The position of transnational repression is something that democracies have not dealt with very well in the United Kingdom, as well as Ireland. And I know in Canada, there's been a lot of this across different communities. It's not just a Uyghur issue, of course. Sikhs around the world are under a lot of pressure, Hong Kongers, etc. So we know it's a wide-ranging issue. But one advantage we have living in democratic countries with objective court systems is that you can challenge your government and you can find inventive ways of doing that. Every time you have a threat, if you're reporting it to your police, to the authorities, to the security authorities in your jurisdiction, and then asking them, what have you done? What have you done to protect me? I'm Irish. I have the same right as any other Irish citizen to be protected. And are you guaranteeing my rights within Irish law? And one thing which is quite interesting in universal jurisdiction is sometimes you don't even need to look at universal jurisdiction crimes, because lots of things like harassment, threats, bribery, kidnapping, they already have transnational elements to them. So if someone's kidnapped to put pressure on you in Ireland, then the crime potentially has been committed in Ireland as well. So there are all these offences where you shouldn't allow the authorities to say, well, this is a foreign matter, because if the effect is happening upon you in the jurisdiction. But I think there's also space for development of a cross-country, cross-community NGO in relation to transnational repression. I think it could be really powerful. In the United Kingdom, recently, we've got an inquiry into the Salisbury poisoning. So there are lots of Russian dissidents around the world who are under a lot of pressure and who haven't been protected properly by the democratic countries that they call their homes. So I think there is a space for an NGO pushing on this issue specifically across jurisdictions, saying to governments, what are you doing to protect Russian dissidents, Uyghurs, Hong Kongers, Taiwanese in your jurisdiction? And I think that could be very, very powerful as well. But there's definitely avenues within Irish law that you could look at to say, well, you're not doing enough for me. I should have the same protection as everybody else.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much, audience, for good questions and the discussions. We as the Uyghurs, with continued collaborations and the support from all of you, are very hopeful, basically, the genocide will stop. With that, thank you so much, our excellent panel. Have a good discussion, had an excellent discussion. Thank you so much for making the trip.
Thank you so much for that really interesting discussion. This brings us to an end of our first day. So now I welcome you to go to have dinner. Tomorrow we're going to be starting at 9 a.m. sharp. It's a very important day tomorrow because we'll be presenting the work report of the last 3 years and also the financial report. And then we'll have the elections, which is the most interesting part. And I'm sure a lot of you are waiting for that. So 9 a.m. sharp. For our international guests, this is obviously not mandatory for you. It's an optional thing, but sessions will be interpreted into English because starting tomorrow, everything will be in Uyghur with English interpretation available. So you're welcome to join us, but you don't have to. You can stay as international observers as well. Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Oh, and the dinner is at the same place as lunch, and it starts at 7, so you have around an hour until dinner. Thank you.